Someone's holding it at reception. We will be getting started in just a moment here with the presentation from Manning Elliott, the financial statements overview. Before we get to that, just for those in the room, we're going to be putting up the agenda as amended, just so that people can see it there. It is the new version is online, is available online, so that's another place you can look to it, just with the changes that were made yesterday from the printed copy. So with that, we are going to, I call the meeting to order this morning. We are going to proceed with the financial statements overview, and we have Jeff Hunt appearing remotely on behalf of Manning Elliott to present the financial statements overview. Once he's made his presentation, there'll be a period of question and answer. To remind those that are online to use the raise hand function when you're wishing to add yourself to the queue for the questions. And the intention is to alternate between anyone lining up in person and then going to someone online, so that we're making sure we're involving everyone that's present and involved with this hybrid model. When we do go from in-person to someone online, there will be a few seconds of delay while we get that person online, get them on the video, but that'll be done shortly. And so at this point, then we will move to the presentation from Manning Elliott. If we can. Oh, okay, looks like we're having an issue with him connecting. So we'll just take a quick second. If it looks like there's going to be any delay, I might propose that we deal with the minutes. So while we're waiting for the presentation from Manning Elliott, please, you could take a look at the minutes that are in your in the book, the draft of minutes. Oh, sorry. He's back. Okay, but at some point we will be looking at the minutes this morning, and I believe that's at page 8 of the book. So again, when we get to that point. So once it sounds like he's back, we're just going to wait for our technical assistance to make sure we can get him. Okay, so it looks like we're having a little bit of complications with that. So while we're waiting, it's like I said, if people could just take a look at the minutes, and if we're seeing that this is going to continue for a moment or two, then maybe we'll just sneak that part in. Again, look for corrections or errors that might need addressing. Other than that, we'll just take a moment to hopefully get Mr. Hunt in the video.
I'll let him know.
All right, it looks like we've got Mr. Hunt from Manning Elliott, so we will link him in for the presentation of the financial statements. We can hear you. We're not quite seeing you yet, but certainly can hear you. And thank you for your patience, Mr. Hunt. So just waiting for Mr. Hunt to come up on the video so that we're able to see him.
Is it just me?
There we go. Looks like we've got Mr. Hunt. So, Mr. Hunt, I'll turn over to you. We can hear you. Yeah. We can hear and see you. Do you want to message him? At least. Yeah. Jeff, we can hear and see you.
Just send him a message.
Yeah, let him know we can hear and see him. Yep, we can hear you. Nod my head. the growing pains of trying a hybrid meeting. This is the first time we've been doing this, so I do appreciate everyone's patience. Yeah, we need Rainy in your fiddle here, some interlude music.
That purse.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Did they find it, or did you already do that?
I already did that,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. No, was there any other announcements we
Yeah.
needed to make this morning?
Sorry?
Any other announcements we needed to make this morning?
No.
Hopefully, it won't set us back too far.
Yeah. Great to see little ones. Great to see little ones.
Yeah, totally. It's funny, Callum and John are in gray suits today, and you and me are in blue suits.
What am I gonna wear tomorrow?
Ooh.
Some Jerry suit.
Right.
Something big with a big upload on the shirt.
Stack out random things. Stack out things.
Yeah. Oh, looks like it's back.
Dave, we got him?
Looks like we may have Mr. Hunt back, and hopefully he can hear us and we can hear him and see him.
So you can just also let Jeffrey know that we'll run his slide deck.
Okay.
He should be able to see it. He just has to stop.
Sure.
So, okay.
Yeah. Just let us
Tell
know
us.
when to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
All right. So I think we've got Mr. Hunt back. We're just gonna get him up on the large screens. Once we get him on the screen. Nothing funny. All right, it looks like we've got Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly now.
Great. And just for you, Mr. Hunt, we'll play the slide deck from our end and just let us know when to change slides, and we can do that from our side.
That would be wonderful. I do want to say appreciate the team here. Wish I had been here in person. I wish I was there yesterday, but they were able to get me up there. So my apologies. I was supposed to be there Thursday, especially after I was there Saturday, but supposed to be there Thursday. So I appreciate the
Go ahead. Yep, it is. We're on the slide, financial statements, and then Métis Provincial Council of British Columbia.
professional standards
and will promptly and effectively render our work. So our statement of good quality agreement and the financial statements are fairly extensive in accordance with proper standards. We implement these as well diligently with audit and preparation of financial statements for our investors. And you have done Medicare and AGM accounting for financial statements. How about you please share on your experience? Excellent. Before I go any further, I think it would be remiss not to thank both Manager Moore for firstly allowing me to initiate this meeting and I also appreciate Manager Signator for his responsibility for this meeting. So I will talk about the financial statements purely. And so the story is telling in March 31st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022.
we're just getting you back up on the video. I'm not sure if you had any further comments before we turn it over to questions. Mr. Hunt? Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I will invite anyone in the room to approach one of the mics, and I believe there's a floating mic that we have available for the back. Oh, not yet. I think we're working on. Oh, I'm seeing we do. So there is a floating mic for those at the back that was raised yesterday, so they don't have to come all the way up. So perhaps someone could raise their hand at the back if they wish to have the mic brought. For those online wishing to ask a question, please use the raise hand function and we'll keep track that way. But this is our opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Hunt from Manning Elliott. Don't everyone rush all at once. Here's your chance until next year. Oh, I believe I see someone making their way to the. So the chair recognizes the speaker coming to the microphone to my left.
Steve Fisher, Cowichan Valley. Question on note 6 on the endowment. Can you hear me now? Okay, Steve Fisher, Cowichan Valley. Thank you. Got a question on note 6 on the endowment, 1.25 million. Why is there such a low ROI is the question basically.
If I could ask, just so people that are trying to follow along, what page are you on in the book?
On page 80.
Thank you.
No, page 80.
Well, there's a note. Yeah, the note for the endowment, note 6 on page 80.
Okay. And sorry, can you repeat the question again? Just I think so Mr. Manning can make a comment.
So we got 1.25 million in 2019 for post-secondary education, and the endowment is invested, and the assets from the investments are supposed to go towards the students, I assume. But last year it only made $10,000.
Sure.
So the question is what, that's less than 1% interest.
So I'll turn it over to Mr. Manning, Mr. Hunt, if you're able to answer that, or if you know someone that might be better directed to answer that.
I'll let Anna, if she wants to kind of hop on that as well.
Yeah, we'll have Anna come up as well.
So it's 100% correct that endowment is set aside specifically for providing loans. It was invested in this very depository item, but I believe the one that was in it was less than the guarantee loan. But I'll let Anna comment on that.
Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. Yes, the interest earned last year was exceptionally low. It's because the interest rates dropped. We had the assets invested in certain GICs, and at one point during the year, we actually were earning more interest in our daily savings account than in the GIC. So it was really just a reflection of the interest rates. And we are actually looking at a more diverse portfolio in terms of investing in the future, and we're working on that strategy right now. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Anna, and maybe we'll just keep you up here just in case and we get any other questions. Do we have any online questions just before I get to, just to confirm? We might take a second anyways, but
I'm sorry, nothing.
no hands up, so I'll recognize the speaker here at the microphone to my right.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So my name is Patricia Paulson, Region 6 Women's Representative and VP for Northwest Community out of Terrace. On page 73, I noticed that there is a large section. I won't go over all the headings on the lines, but for 2022, there are no entries. Can you please explain that to us?
Sure, and I'll maybe turn to Anna for that.
Absolutely. So these statements are comparative. We have to include 2021 operations in with the 2022 operations, and those programs were likely just a reflection. They were a one-year program. So we had them last year and then just didn't have them in 2022, or it changed into a new program. So that's just why we see them last year and not this year.
Okay, and I have one more question, if I may. On the previous page, on page 72, under La Femme Machif, sorry, I'm not very good with language. La Femme Machif in the amount of $4,875. Can you explain that amount to me, please?
Yes, off the top of my head, I believe that reflected a donation amount that we received in for some certain funding.
Was that program specific?
I believe that it was. I don't have the exact specifics of it, but I believe it was a reflection, and I can possibly look towards Colette. I believe it was a donation.
It was funding that we received from Les Femmes Chef Otipemisoak to support with comfort kits for women across the province.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just check online if we have any hands raised.
There's people have questions, but I've told them to raise their hands, but no one's raised their hand yet.
Yeah, so for those that are online, just a reminder, if you're wishing to ask a question, please use the raise hand function, not type the question in, because then once we have the raise hand, we'll turn to you and bring you up so that you can ask the question remotely as opposed to it being read out. So if you do have a question online, please use the raise hand function and we'll turn to you. But in the meantime, I'll recognize the speaker, the microphone to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard Lewis, elected leader for Cowichan Valley Métis. On page 84 for the director's remuneration, so anyhow, I'm just wondering, what was the reason for such a high raise from 2021 to 2022? And what was the process of how to determine what kind of raise that was?
Sure. Anna,
Hi, I just actually want to introduce myself to everyone, for those who don't know me. My name's Anna Mion. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at MNBC. And can I ask you just to repeat the question? You're looking at note 16?
Yes, note 16, 2021 compared to 2022, such a high percentage of increase in wages for the directors.
Oh, for the directors?
And an explanation on how that process was done.
The director remuneration is set, and that is voted on by the board of directors. 2021, you'll notice that that was pre and post-election. So that is why you will see that occasionally there's two people who were in that position versus the one person in 2021. But the director remuneration specifically is set by the board, and that is voted on. If we are looking at the employee remuneration, the reason it's so increased is because we had more than double the amount of people in those positions, 26 in 2022 as opposed to 11 in 2021, and that is a reflection of our growth and our capacity.
Regarding the director's raise, how is the process done? They voted on it, but what percentage of that increase was decided upon? Because to me, looking at this, it's $30,000 a year, and now it's $54,000, $60,000.
That's correct, yes. And that is, I'm going to let
Yes,
President
I'll
Smith
recognize
answer?
President Smith, and she's going to be at the microphone to my right. So she might be able to answer that question for you, Mr.
Thank you so much for your question, Richard. The Board of Directors determined that because our
Maybe tilt it up a little bit.
when we were first elected in 2020, most of our Board of Directors realized that they didn't understand that it was going to be a full-time position. All of our directors work very hard, and it is a full-time position. So what we did was we analyzed, we had our Chief Financial Officer and others. We analyzed, we compared it against First Nations. We compared their salaries against other governing members, municipal boards, school trustees. We compared it among as many things as we could to try and come to a fair amount for our Board of Directors. Sorry, this keeps falling down. There was a big analysis done of what would be a fair wage for our Board of Directors. If you notice the 2021 numbers, those are a bit skewed as well, because in 2021, I was interim president, and for part of that, I didn't receive the president's salary. And once I started receiving the president's salary, I believe it was in September? Yeah, September. Then our acting vice president started receiving the vice president's salary on the interim. I'll have to get somebody to deal with this mic. It just keeps falling down. So that's how the process went. And anytime there is a raise to the Board of Directors' salaries, it is discussed, and analysis is presented to us. And if we look at other governing members, I believe we're still quite far below what other governing members receive. And but we're very happy that we've done this analysis, and we think we've done our due diligence. So thank you for that question. Does that answer it?
Yes, it does. And so you did mention, President Smith, that the directors are now working full-time for NMBC, and you're doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question and the reply there. We have a question from online, Mr. Douglas. So we'll turn it over to him. It just might take us a couple seconds to get him on the video, but we'll let you know once you're up, Mr. Douglas. And I see you. Go ahead with your question. person. I'll Chair recognize the speaker to the microphone to my right.
Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director. Just on note of Mr. Lewis's comment over there in regards to the wage increase and so forth. When I came in, yes, I was expecting it to be a part-time job, and I'm getting it from a director's point of view, because when I wanted to come in and serve my nation, I wanted to see change too. Just like if you all sit here, I always tell people, if you want to see change, step up and let's make change together. And why? Because it was became a full-time position, and it reflects the increase in what we're doing now as a nation as well. We're really working hard and diligently. Some are working more than others. We're easily putting over they say they should have an average of a 40-hour week. Well, we should also be getting a lot of overtime, but of course it's not. We're volunteering to a degree. But also, this gives a chance for the newer generation to maybe look at getting into this. Because I'm semi-retired. When I come to this, I didn't need this income. Not that it's nice to have that, but now when we look at our future as a nation, some of our youth, our younger individuals could start running and have something to feed their families. Because what we have here is not a living wage. And if we want our people to really be a nation, we need full-time positions here. So just as you say that, and like Lisa said, we're still under par from rest of, even comparison to Alberta and Saskatchewan and other in Manitoba, as well as Métis organizations. So, and we're working, but like I said, it was all met in good intentions so that we can see maybe our younger ones having a chance and at a younger age doing this. So just wanted to add that from a director point of view. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gladue. And I'm going to, before we go into, there may be someone online, but I'll go to Director Harriet, and I think he's going to be answering or trying to direct the questions from Mr. Douglas earlier.
Can everyone hear me? Test? There we go. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Mr. Douglas. I absolutely take your point, and it's a good one. We've been working now with the provincial government so there was a commitment in the action plan to have a whole of government new fiscal relationship that respected our self-determination. So we are absolutely at the tables for them to be able to make good on that commitment. And that includes, we've made 2 submissions to the Budget Committee here in BC. And the Budget Committee has approved with strong recommendations that they fund MNBC, and each of our budget submissions has had a $4 million ask for our communities alone. So we're really working on that relationship that MNBC has not been working on in the past. So there's that, as well as we really want to have our own economic engine. So we've created the President's Task Force on Economic Development, and we're absolutely looking to make joint ventures, to make our own economic engine so that we're not as dependent on who gets in government in Canada. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Thank you. There's no hands up, right? There's no hands up on the online, so I will turn, I think you were next in line before Mr. Allard there. Please introduce yourself and I'll recognize the speaker at the left.
Jesse Gervais, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I'm just wondering, for multi-year funding commitments, this may be more of an Anna question, are those captured anywhere where the citizenship can see them going forward? Because I know we do have some commitments for 3 or 4 years from different levels of government.
Thank you for that question. They actually aren't, and I take that point. That's a great suggestion, and possibly moving forward in the future with some of our reporting out online, we can look at showing which ones the multi-year are. We can also look at adding further note disclosure in our annual financial statements. We certainly aren't limited to just these notes. We can expand that, and if that's something that the membership would like to see, looking at which funding agreements are multi-year, I would be happy to work on the additional disclosure.
Thank you. I'm cognizant of the time, so I'm going to limit to the last 2 people that are standing to ask questions. I'm going to recognize the speaker to my right, Mr. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I just have a question in relation to remuneration disclosure. There's Bill 19. I'm not sure if that has been passed yet in the BC legislature. Part of it relates to disclosure of societies here, which mentions that contractors as making over 75,000 a year are included in this disclosure. Can we have clarification on that? And with the disclosure of the 26 employees, could at the very least could we have a breakdown in ascending or descending order of the amounts? No one needs the names of the positions, but it would be nice to see the amounts allocated to each 26 positions. Is that something out of at least goodwill we could see? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's certainly a discussion we can have and take a look at expanding the disclosures. Like I said, we aren't limited to these disclosures. We can expand it and have a little more transparency regarding that.
Thank you, Chair. I did ask a question about Bill 19. Could we have clarification on that? Is it in effect, and if so, are there contractors that make more than 75,000 a year with MNBC that would be required to be disclosed? Thank you. Just curious. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Allen. Bill C-19, I might not be necessarily aware of that is, but you mentioned the magic number of 75,000. Are you referring to the requirement of the BC Societies Act that anyone who earns a salary of more than 75,000 is part of the audited financial statements?
That's correct, and it would now include contractors as well, so not just salary. So my question hinges on, has the bill passed as law? So thank you.
Well, I can't necessarily comment on what has or hasn't been passed by the House of Commons without looking it up. But I do know that the question and concern that you have about the staff salaries and the contractors, I know that Anna can give an answer for that now that we have clarified what you're looking for.
Yes, we include everybody over 75,000. We can definitely have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll then recognize the speaker to my left.
Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. And the support person I have with me is I have balance issues. And that I actually had asked if my granddaughter could come as my support, loading onto planes and that. And MNBC would not pay for her. So I did. But I do have support standing here. And one of the things I like to really say, and I think it comes from many of the communities, myself, if I was not the voted-in leader and was the paid executive director of my community, the hours and the responsibilities, I'd be receiving 6 figures a year. And so that's a reality. And so I think looking and going forward, that's never reflected in what your communities do for you. And I think it would be really nice to have a side balance sheet just giving value to what we're doing there financially. It would really reflect where we need to go as a nation in order to cover those expenses at some point. So just as a comment and suggestion.
Thank you for those comments. So, and I thank you, Anna, for responding to a number of those questions and comments. At this time, what I'm going to suggest, I hope everyone can take out, if you can take out, get your voting device ready. And we will look for a mover and a seconder to accept the financial statements as presented. I'm going to first to the microphone to my left.
Hello, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? How about now?
Maybe turn it towards you a little bit.
Hello.
Yep.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I move the acceptance of the financial report.
Thank you. Microphone to my right.
Walter Manault, Vice President. I second that.
Thank you. This time then, I will invite now for those in the room, the reminder, and I don't know if we have the suggestion, but number 1 is to accept, 2 is to oppose, and 3 is to abstain. You can please enter your vote now, please. Online should have that option in the voting section as well.
I'd like to mention for the in-person, what's on the screen is about the agenda. That's the wrong motion. Could you please put the right motion up, please? Yep. People in the room will have to revote when the correct motion comes up. Should be.
So once we get the correct motion on the in the room, we can get the voting. The online motion is the correct one, so online can vote appropriately.
There
Here
we go.
we go. So those in the room, please, number 1 or A for in favor, 2 or B if you're opposed, and 3 C if you wish to abstain. And go ahead and enter your votes. I'll probably give it about another 30 seconds. It looks like we've probably got most of the votes that were likely coming, but I'll give it just another 30 seconds. So you've got the online vote.
That's the online. Oops. Oh, someone's got their hand raised. So we got 8 in favor.
No, we don't.
We're already asked. We've already called the question.
I just keep coming in again. Just get like, really. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to stop the voting there, and we'll just make sure we've got the correct tally.
So, where do we have online?
So 83 in room, 8 online.
So our count is, oh, moment.
One against. Yeah. 0 abstentions? No. Okay.
Just a moment.
Someone else.
Yeah, no, I'm telling it, I'll announce it, and then you can declare.
Okay, you announce.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so the vote results will give you the count in the room. In the room, there were 83 votes in favor, 0 opposed, 9 abstentions. Online, 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and no abstentions. The final vote count is 101 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 9 abstentions.
Thank you. So the financial statements are accepted. And I want to thank Mr. Hunt from Manning Elliott for that presentation. We do have another vote to do, but before we do that, I believe Mr. Hunt will be leaving us before we conduct that vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's ask about that.
So I'm not sure if we can get Mr. Hunt, but we can thank Mr. Hunt for his presentation. The next motion would be in relation to the appointment of auditors. And I know in the past, Mr. Hunt has left us at that point. Oh, Mr. Hunt, I think you may be. Okay, Mr. Hunt is gone, so I do want to thank him for his attendance and his presentation. We will need, or I will invite, a motion for the appointment of auditors for the next fiscal year. So anyone raising their hands online or anyone in person wishing to make a motion or raise a motion for the appointment of auditor for next year, please make your way to a microphone. And we'll look for a seconder after that. Recognize the speaker to my left.
So good morning, Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director, Tri-River Métis Community. I'd like to nominate Manning and Elliott for the auditors for the upcoming year.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a seconder?
Louis DeJager, Region 2 Director. I second that.
Thank you. So, yeah, we have a motion on the floor. I'll invite any discussion on this motion. We do have a couple of people with their hands up online. There is an Elizabeth Harrison, so I will recognize Elizabeth Harrison. And this will be with regards to the... Oh, okay, looks like she's decided not to. And then also we'll open it to Steve Arnett online, if you wish to speak to this motion. All right, thank you. So they've rejected the choice to speak to it. Perhaps it was a different matter. But in any event, I'm not seeing any discussion. Hearing question. So again, your voting devices, number 1 or A, if you're in favor, B, opposed, C, abstain, and this is for the appointment of Manning Elliott as the auditor for the next financial or fiscal year.
Stock.
Sorry?
Could
voting
there
machines.
seems to be some issues with the votes in the room. Could we get on that right away, please?
So it appears that there's some issues with some of the voting devices in the room, and so we're just going to see if we can get that addressed, and it may require us to do a revote, but we'll just see in a second.
Yeah, but we put another motion up. I mean, the results were still there. The device wouldn't register. No, this is separate from
the issue in the room doesn't appear to be affecting the online vote, so we'll leave that open as it is, and we're just going to look into the issue with the in-room voting device issues.
Well, because they project on the screen, right? You can see the numbers. Yeah, it froze at 22. Right, that's how. We have to just restart it in the room. We'll restart it.
So do we just do that?
Once they tell us that we're up. Okay. So.
Are they going to? Do they know that we're waiting on?
Well, I tried to make an announcement, but they didn't turn it on. So.
Just give us a moment. It sounds like it may be working for those that were having difficulties earlier, but just give us a quick moment. It's live.
They've reset.
So to start again? Do it again? Go ahead.
Okay, I've been told that the vote in the room has been reset. If we could bring that up and do a vote for in the room, please. There we go. Press 1 for in favor, press 2 if you're opposed, press 3 for abstain for the motion that Manning Elliott Chartered Accountants are appointed as the auditor. Please vote now. Can we confirm that votes are coming in through the in-person system? Yes, we have a confirmation of that. Good. Let's leave that open for, let's say, 10 more seconds, and we'll give 10 more seconds for online voting.
And I see. Yes, are you having an issue with your voting device?
I am just to test, and I'm not getting the arrow, like the circle with a cross in it. I think I've probably cast 5 or 6 votes.
Well, I think only 1 per device is counting, just for anyone who's worried that you've counted 6 votes, but yeah, thank you. Some growing pains, and I appreciate when people. Oh. Thank you.
Okay, let's close her up.
The last one?
Okay. Good to know. Okay. So we'll just quickly calculate the votes. What do we have? What have we? 21 for. 21? Uh-huh. Okay. So the vote results are, in the room, we have 85 votes in favor, we have 0 opposed, we have 4 abstentions. Online, we have 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention, for a total of 106 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 5 abstentions.
Thank you. So that motion passes.
Capcorp.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to jump right into our presentation from our Capital Corp. And so we'll have those that are presenters that are in person to come up.
I think we have 2.
Do we have someone online as well?
Let's find out from the gentlemen who are approaching.
Do we get off the stage?
Hold on a second.
What up the CEO's report?
No, we moved.
Right.
We just bumped them down.
Sure.
All right, so I do believe we've got our presenters from the Métis Financial Corporation of British Columbia. I will turn it over to the speaker at the podium, if we could just have everyone settle for that. And I'll turn it over to you.
And if the speaker could introduce himself, start with.
Ready?
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Ricard. I'm the chairman of the board of the Métis Financial Capital Corporation, and I have been for a while. The current board is consistent of 2 people from MMBC, which are Louis De Jager, Paulette Flamand, and there are 3 at large on the board, Gil Mayfair, myself, and Sid Pelche. And I'd like to welcome them. Thank you. The Board of Directors to the Métis Nation British Columbia Capital Corporation was in June of 2017. 5 directors were appointed, 2 from the board and 3 at large. At that time, they were Madam President Clara Morin-Delcall, Walter Minalt from the MMBC board, and Glenn Owes, Gil Mayfair, and myself as board chair. And we also had Lisa Clements doing the administrative capacity for us. Our mandate was to start the Métis Nation Capital Corporation and keep it arm's length from MMBC, to serve all 90,000 Métis in British Columbia. So we don't segregate between whether you are a card-holding MMBC person when we give you a loan. You have to be Métis, and you could be self-declared, or you could be from any other nation, as long as you're from BC. So a trip was made to Ottawa to meet the Capital Corporation Métis Voyageur Development Fund, and they offered us information for our startup. The information they gave us was invaluable. We had discussions on what to do and where to start, and we looked at what their problems were and where they had issues, and we overcame them quite quickly. Policies and procedures with rules and regulations, bylaws were redrafted to the BC standards after we took a lot of their data. A mandate how Métis Nation Columbia Capital Corporation was to operate was devised, and our mandate was to assist all Métis people in British Columbia, starting with the majority of Métis-owned businesses in their ventures. And we have done that. We knew that we would have to be competitive with interest rates while giving our peoples the best opportunity to succeed. With that, we developed to pay for a portion of their business plans up front. This would enable all the entrepreneurs to have the best avenue for success. A good business plan is vital to the success of any business, and I know that firsthand because by trade I'm an accountant. In the latter part of 2017, we advertised for a CEO to run the new corporation. We knew it would be a big task, as they would have to be everything from manager to janitor, because there was only one person in the office. We had 36 candidates apply for the position. 6 were shortlisted, 3 accepted the option for an interview. We then hired Evan Salter, our CEO, and he was the CFO of Ontario's Métis Voyageur Development Fund. Evan took on his new role in April of 2018. In July 2018, we decided that we would change our name of Métis Nation British Columbia Capital Corporation to Métis Financial Capital Corporation. This would give us an appearance of arm's length from MMBC and encourage all Métis in BC to do business with us. Our doors were open for business on August 1st, 2018. Some may think that this is a long time, but be assured, if I put it into context, I also sit as the board chair of a local credit union, and 6 credit unions tried to merge. It took us 5 years to try to merge 6 credit unions that already had their own bylaws, procedures, and everything, and it failed due to government bureaucracy. Just think about that. To be clear, this AFI, Aboriginal Financial Institution, is a sustainable business venture so that monies will be available to all Métis people for perpetuity. We did not offer grants at start, but assisted clients in securing them from other agencies. But we do now. We do offer grants, and Evan will get into that in a little bit. Our next goals were to secure more funds and get grants, and we did that. We did it with a lot of hard work. And the other option was to make relationships with other AFIs to enable us to have the ability to syndicate loans higher in value. and that we only have to do so much money to work with. When we started the Métis Financial Capital Corporation, we only had 900,000. Our first funding was 940. MMBC took 40,000, and we had 900,000 on year one. In building this corporation, we wanted to do it right. We wanted to have a good base to work from. As you know, any house you build is easier to do it with a good foundation and easier to add on to and maintain if it does have that. If you are planning to start up a small business, please give us a call or go to our website, MFCBC, and let us have an option. Evan will get into what we do have for grants and other things, and it is good. In closing, I would like to personally thank my fellow Métis Financial Capital Corporation Board of Directors, as I have announced, and Lisa Clements for the hard work and dedication they put into this project, and especially Gil Mayfair for the amount of donated free legal advice and proofreading he did. Without this, we would have had to contract it out, and it would have cost us a small fortune. And the MNBC, and I would also like to thank the MNBC board for having the confidence in us in trying to run this corporation. And thank you very much to the MNBC board. I know firsthand that Métis are very business oriented. My great-great-grandfather, Francois Morgeau, and his Métis wife came to BC and settled in the Columbia Valley in 1819. He was a free fur trader. He raised horses and he sold them to the U.S. Army in Montana, and it was said to have $1 million in deposit with the Hudson's Bay Company. His son, Baptiste Morgeau, who was my great-great-grandfather, and his wife, whose father was the chief of the Shuswap Nation and had many business ventures. My great-great-grandfather, Baptiste, had the first store in Golden in 1881 to 1883, and it was called the Cache. He and his sister, Sophie Morgeau, would take turns bringing supplies from the end of the Northern Pacific Railroad in the U.S., which was being built at the time, and as far back as St. Paul, Minnesota, into Golden. They would sell to trappers and prospectors and miners, and later to the CPR employees. It was said that Baptiste set and preset all the caches for Colonel Rogers to go through the Rogers Pass and actually guided him through the Rogers Pass. It was also said that Baptiste changed the name from the Cache in Golden to the town of Golden, thus naming the town of Golden. There are many Métis, there are not only male Métis entrepreneurs, but there are also many female entrepreneurs, and we would like to enhance on that. One was my great-great-aunt, Sophie Morgeau, who was Baptiste's sister. She was considered one of the best entrepreneurs in the Northwest United States and in British Columbia. And she did this in the late 1800s. She could outpack any man. She was shrewd, business person, and many men tried to take advantage of her because she was a woman and an Aboriginal, but none ever succeeded. The Métis Women of BC created an award, the Sophie Morgeau Award, to honor Métis women entrepreneurs in BC. And as you can see, Métis have played an integral part in forming the entrepreneurship in British Columbia and will continue to do so in the future with the help of you and the Capital Corporation. In closing, I would like to allow Evan to make his presentation, and I'll answer any questions after. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Evan Salter, so I'm the CEO of the MFCBC, and I'll just give a little update of what we do and what we've done and what we hope to do. So our mandate is probably slide 1. If we could slip down to maybe down 2 more slides, I think. So our mandate is that we're incorporated to recognize businesses in BC that are Métis, and if you want to expand, start, or even establish a new business, we are there for that. And it's there's some hoops to jump through. It's not just a handout, and the whole idea really in the end is that We're going to give money to help business succeed. We're going to get the money back. Then we're going to be able to lend that out again. And for generations to come, this money will be there for the Métis in BC, and that's what we hope to do, and that's what we are doing. Our mission is that we're trusted financial services to provide these, financing to BC Métis entrepreneurs, and so we try to be honest and upfront in everything we do. And our vision is that we will be the financier of choice and for Métis entrepreneurs in BC, and that's because before we existed, there was other AFIs in BC. I think there's 6 or 7, and they're First Nations based and not Métis owned, and Métis could apply to them, and it's their own choice. It's a free world, of course. What we hope to do is create a sort of a company that is going to attract all those businesses our way. And when we first started, it was very difficult, as Paul said. We didn't have grants, and every other AFI in BC had grants. So it's been a struggle at the beginning, but things have changed. I'll just say that. Maybe slip down. Thank you. And the building the brand. So because we're new, a lot of people didn't know about us, and as a result, we sort of, I would say, spent a lot of money initially on some marketing. We did online and social marketing, and with the COVID dollars, they sort of funded all that for us. And as a result, there was, I think, 10 million visits to our ads, and it was 90,000 website visits, and over 1,500 inquiries came into our corporation. And it was amazing for us because before COVID, the calls were fewer and farther between, and people who didn't get grants, sort of slipped away and went to other places where they could. So the fact that we could provide these services and help people out during COVID was phenomenal for everyone involved with MFCBC and for the entrepreneurs. If you slide down, this is the graph probably I'm most proud of because it kind of shows what's transformed with us from the beginning to today. And if you look at the top right, it's our total new funding. So as Paul mentioned, we started off with, I think it was 4.7 million over 5 years, and that has grown now to over $25 million. And that continues to grow, and we look to expand that as we go forward as well. But it's if you look at the graph, you can see that the huge difference between the two, and that's for the benefit of entrepreneurs in BC. So it's great for us, but it's more great for the citizens. And if you look over to the right, our loan and grant disbursements, and you can see what we're talking about. Before we had grants and before COVID, we had a very small amount of loans that were dispersed. It wasn't because we were not trying to get loans out, it was just because people could get grants other places, and that's what they did. But if you look over to the right hand of that column, you can see we have over $12 million dispersed right now, and that's really from earlier on in the year. We expect by the end of this year that should be approaching 15 or more than 15 million at the end of this fiscal year. So it's been a great story for the entrepreneurs in BC because that's who we're here to serve, honestly. And if you look down at the bottom right, the new and min, or bottom left, sorry, the new and min funding, it increased by over 800% itself. So, we had to sort of take the funding from the loan funds that we got from the government to support the administration of the organization at the beginning. Now we have over $2 million from the government for the admin funding. So we're no longer sort of, taking from Peter to pay Paul for our admin funding. It's a real change, and it gives more funds and allows us to support more businesses in BC. And you look at the client growth, there's a sort of pre-COVID, post-COVID, it goes over 3,000% increase. There was less than 100, as you can see, and more than 400. And that number is going to be probably 600 by the end of this year. So we continue to serve the clients continue to come to us, and we continue to help as many people as we can. And then if you look at applications processed, again, it's a very small number on the left, and then you look on the right, it's over 500 at this time, and it'll be way over 600 by the end of this year. And again, we feel blessed and lucky to be able to serve that many entrepreneurs in BC. I'll just say that. And then maybe the next slide, if you look over support by region. So we did a sort of analysis of all the grants and loans that we were able to give out with COVID, and we weren't really sure how it would work out by region, but you can see that the Okanagan and Lower Mainland were about half of our lending. Vancouver Island is 14%, the Northeast 9%, Northwest 8%, North Central 11%, and the Kootenay is about 10%. And then if you slip down to the bottom right-hand side of that slide, you can see it sort of comparing to the citizens in each region. You can see that no region was left behind. So that was very, very happy to see that, because we weren't really sure, because you're serving people and you're helping people, you're not really sure what region they're from, and you're not sort of comparing it. But to do these stats, and I want to thank Louis for helping us get that done, and it shows that we are serving everyone across BC at least equally to best of our abilities. And then in the next slide, you talk about our current programming. We have business plan support, as Paul mentioned. So what that is if you have a business plan and you need a consultant, we'll pay 75% of that cost. There is a 25% portion that the entrepreneur has to pay, and that's just to ensure that there's some buy-in and some skin in the game for the client, because if there isn't that 25%, what can happen is the client will sort of get halfway through the business plan and then sort of change their mind, or whatever the case may be. So we need to know, as well as the client, that they really are serious about what they want to do. So we have traditional loan funding, and that's where we can provide loans, and the amounts can vary, and the rates very competitive, and it's actually, I would say, low in compared to other AFIs around BC and the country. And we continue to do that, and it's, I say, our uptake and our clients calling us right now is so different from when we first started. It's really happy for all the clients, happy for us to be able to serve them, and happy for, I would say, the fact that we can actually support that many people. It's mind-boggling if you think about it, the fact that I would say, if we had 300 calls the first year, I would say 10% of those people stayed with us. 90% went somewhere else to get a grant. So the fact that this has all changed is a blessing for us and for the Métis in BC. We have grant funding now as well, so up to 40% of your project can be a grant. It's maxed at $99,000, but most, I would say, projects we can do up to 40%, and those grants are non-repayable. They reduce your effective interest rate as well, and they help the client succeed. And then we have a new program we're just starting, which is the Métis Women's Entrepreneurship Program, which Paul sort of touched on a little bit. And that program, I'll just talk in a little more detail after the next slide. But there is, I would say, exciting news with that one as well, because that is sort of expanding, as we speak. So even today, there's additional features to that program we didn't have yesterday. So on the Women's Entrepreneurship Program, it's obviously for women businesses that are majority owned. It's a low interest rate. There's a non-repayable contribution as well, and there's no payments and no interest for the first year. The cash equity is it's 10%, but depending on the Métis Women's Entrepreneurship envelope, because it depends on how much people want, it can also be 5%. So that's lower threshold than our regular funds. It's subject to completion of a business plan, of course, and all operating and working capital and inventory costs are eligible. So it's a wide-ranging program. We also have workshops that we're going to be doing every year for Métis women entrepreneurs, and our first one is this October, and it's fully subscribed, and we'll be doing those every year. And then we also have a mentorship program that's just announced, and that is where we're going to be able to offer mentors to Métis women entrepreneurs, and we'll pay them for their time working with the mentor, and we'll pay the mentor for working with the entrepreneur. So it's a really great program, and it's something we're very excited about and happy to roll out in the next couple months. Thank you. I want to say that I just want to thank MNBC. I want to thank MNBC staff. I want to thank the MNBC board. I want to thank the MFCBC board. I want to thank my staff. If it wasn't for everyone working together, we would not be successful whatsoever. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. We do have a short period of time for any questions, and I hope you'll both be able to stay up for provide some answers. We do have, so for those in the room can make their way to the microphone. We've had some hands up, so I'll just, the first hand that we did see up was Elizabeth Harrison, I believe it is. So if we can see if Elizabeth Harrison. It's an online. All right, thank you. I know Brody Douglas was on the queue for a bit, so I'll go to Brody Douglas now then, and then we'll come to in the room. So, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you very much, and I sincerely appreciate the time of this assembly. From an online perspective, I love to hear children in the background. That is such a groovy sound to hear. And so again, I raise my hands to everyone bringing their whole families to these assemblies because that's really what it's all about. I raised my hand because I want to comment to President Cooper, I think it is absolutely wonderful to bring about your family heritage. You cited the 1820s. Go back a little earlier, right? To let's say 1908, 1907, 1809, coming into BC. And one thing that we have to understand about the Moorville family is that they are one of the most documented Métis families within our province. And we can trace that economic, entrepreneurial history relying on formal government censuses, right? So that is one absolute groovy aspect that we can trace the Moorville from. Footer on slide is Canada. It goes back east, and so did Moorville. Traveled between Moorville and Fort Edmonton in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1921 routine census information. So I just really want to raise my hand, and my heart absolutely goes out. And so I appreciate it. And so do we have any comments on the family celebration?
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I'm going to recognize the speaker here at the microphone to my left.
Good morning. Tim Lowe, Vice President of Mid-Island Métis Nation. I just wanted to say that I've been involved with the Aboriginal Financial Institution movement, I guess you could say, for over 30 years. I was actually involved with the AFI out of Kamloops, All Nations Trust Company, since 1993. Been on the board for over 22 years. I'm now chairperson and president of All Nations Trust Company. I just want to congratulate Evan and the work that you've done and the board to bring the Métis Financial Corp to the state that it's in right now. Phenomenal growth. And I just want to offer, All Nations Trust Companies, congratulations to you. And hopefully we can do some work together in the future. So congratulations, my hands up to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we had Steve.
The other thing that we would like to thank the Métis Financial Corporation for your generous contribution to the Vancouver Island Métis Rendezvous this year and next year. And just our hands up to you for that as well. It's a great sponsorship, and we really appreciate it, and it allows for some planning for future events as well. Also like to thank the MNC BC Board of Directors for their consideration and potential contribution for next year's event as well. So my hands up to you as well. Our hands up to you as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe. As I said, we had Steve Arnett online, but he may have lowered his hand. It looks like he has. So I will turn to.
Somebody wants to talk.
Oh, it looks like we may have Elizabeth Harrison back. No? Frozen. Okay, so that's what it appears. Then I will turn to our next speaker here in the room to the right.
I also, I'm a part of another treasury, a board also in Kamloops, the Interior Central Development Corp. And since being on that, I've been pushing, I went on that board a few years ago as a Métis representative. And that's what they wanted. So we were able to get more Métis. And then once this, I just want to give accolades to your group because I would see the more of our Métis youth, and you saw the Okanagan area that it really went up in numbers for loans. And I have personally seen this group help young families to start feeding their families. And they really have benefit from what you guys are doing. And that's what it really counts. What's happening at our grassroots level? We always talk, our grassroots Métis benefit. And so I just want to say I've personally seen families, a couple of families come totally out of poverty, get their kids back, and have a successful business because of your corp. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before I recognize the next speaker, I know we're trying to see, there may be someone online that we're trying to get recognized, but it looks like there's a process that's taken a bit of time. So perhaps I'll mention this. For those people online who do raise their hands that wish to speak, there'll be, I guess, an invitation or something you'll have to press to accept to be able to move into the queue to speak. So that may be something that's people are not pressing that accept button. That's needed so that we can get you into the system in the queue. While we're waiting, if that is happening, recognize the speaker to my left.
I've been on Capital Corp, Walter Manault, Vice President. I was on a Capital Corp for a couple of years, and these guys' report is a little bit undervaluing the work that they've been doing. I know our board is a little tired of me probably making this speech, but this here Capital Corp is right now, in my mind and in the government's eyes, one of the number one capital corps in regarding Métis financial capital corps across Canada. For a firm that's been only together for 4 years, that's an amazing feat. We've done more loans, COVID loans for Métis citizens, Métis entrepreneurs in BC than any other province, double some. And these other capital corps, some of them have been around for 15, 20 years. Ours has only been available for the last 4 years. We have a very minimal staff, half of what most provinces have. So they're doing double the work to get double the work done. They've also helped over 400 Métis businesses across BC with COVID loans, which was more than any other capital corp in Canada. As well as we've also have, one thing is very, very important. You know how we have the traditional split with most of our finance departments and with the federal government, with most of our programs? The Capital Corp has set a precedent. They're the only program that we have in BC that the federal government is now giving us equal funds on, equal to all other provinces. And that is my hats off to the Capital Corp board, the CEO for doing all the hard work and all the groundwork to get that done. So that's one thing that we have to work on as well as on our board on all other issues, is try to get that equalization. And they've managed to do that only in a couple of years. And that had to do with all the hard work and all the loans that they've got out, the grants that they've given our people. We've also have been recognized by the government. I believe it was a $150,000 reimbursement for all the hard work they got to reward our Capital Corp. Plus, the federal government's coming here to interview a few of our entrepreneurs to put on their bragging pages. So they have pretty well kept their report down very low. They are doing a hell of a good job for our people here in BC. And again, they are the fastest growing AFI in Canada. So my hat's off to this team. Thank you guys so much for all you do.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you wanted to respond to any of that.
Thanks, Walter. No, pardon me? Yeah.
Surprise. Thank you so much, Gil and Evan, for your presentation and for all the hard work you do. This Métis Financial Corp is 100% owned by MMBC, so it is an MMBC company. And we want to thank them for all the work they're doing on behalf of our citizens. You'll see behind me some of their board members, including the chair here, Paul, and we've got Louis and Paulette and Sid Pelche. Unfortunately, we're missing Gil Mayfair today. He's one of the board members. But Paul and I are going to jointly do an announcement. So as you know, it is the goal of this board and MMBC to build affordable housing across the province. We have purchased land across BC to achieve that goal and remain committed to reaching every one of our MMBC regions. The high cost of housing has a big impact on our citizens, and with inflation high as it is, it creates challenges for all our people. We also need to ensure that we leverage these housing dollars to help create sustainable future for our nation. We also know that home ownership is one of the greatest ways in which we can uplift our citizens for generations. Having equity in a home is one of the strongest ways family can save money in the long term and have something to pass down to their children, to our future generations. We've all talked to many citizens that pay more in rent than it would cost to have a mortgage. That is why today, along with the chair of our financial corporation, and in partnership with the Métis Financial Corporation of BC, MNBC is launching a first-time homeowners program. You want to say something before I conclude? Okay. So this is a 5-year, $5 million program, and it will be developed to meet the unique needs of our citizens. We're so proud to say and to stand up here today on behalf of our board of directors to make this announcement, and look forward to sharing more details with you all in the coming months. And there are some details that will be forthcoming regarding the program, and I know with these announcements, everybody's going to be, how do we apply, how do we apply? We don't expect this project to be launched until the new year. The board of directors just ratified this decision this week, but we wanted to take the opportunity at the AGM, and while we have the Métis Financial Corp here with us and in partnership, to have this opportunity to make this announcement. This is going to help our families first with the first-time homeowners grant, and not just families, but even young couples, you know, two-income households, that they can start building the future for the future generations, have equity, and have economic stability. So thank you so much. And I'll let the chair of the Métis Financial Corporation say a few words. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. This is great news for our Métis citizens of British Columbia. I would like to really thank the MMBC board in having the trust and confidence in the Métis Financial Capital Corporation. We will work very hard to make sure that these monies are handed out in a duly and fast time, as fast as we can do it. We have to hire one person or one or two people, but other than that, we're ready to go and make sure. So in saying that, I'm asking the presidents out there, because I was the president of Métis Nation Columbia River Society, that you have a thumb on the pulse of your nations out there. Please talk to your people and have them come to see us regarding anything to do with financing of their businesses or for the new housing program. We would really like to talk to them and make this a very successful endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
for the wonderful announcements.
I just want to thank Walter Minot. He's a previous board member on the Métis Financial Corporation. He was one of the founding board members as well. So thank you, Walter, for your work, and as Minister of Housing.
While they're taking a photo, for the rest, for everyone, just a reminder that there is a health fair and a number of booths that are out in the hallway. The health fair is to the right when you exit, and it's actually in the next building through that hallway. So please, please take a look at that when you get a chance. There's also an elders room on the 3rd floor. I believe it's called the crew room. That's the name of the room. So that's available as well. And once we finish with the photograph here, we will be breaking for 15 minutes, and we'll be coming back to deal with the minutes and the CEO report. So what I'm going to suggest, you know what, we'll break now, and if anyone else needed to come up take a photo, they can. 15 minutes, please. Sure, yeah. No problem, yeah, we'll just get her and come up to one of the mics and do the draw kind of thing. She's probably already drawn it by that point, or she's gonna pull up.
I'm assuming, let me just.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds good to me. Oh, fine. Where are we at? Okay, we're a couple minutes behind. Let's get going. Minutes. All right, if we can get people coming back in, taking their seats, we will confirm we've got quorum, and then we will proceed with the next portion of the agenda. Sorry? Cold? It felt like there's a bit of a breeze or something coming from behind us. Yeah.
John, may I speak? Did Callum tell you his did Callum tell you his lapel pin? He's like, this is the hand of the clerk. The hand of the clerk.
Love it, love it. All right, we'll get people coming, taking their seats. We're gonna check that we've got quorum, and then we will proceed. Quorum is 36. I'm gonna start counting yellow lanyards as people are walking in to see if we've got quorum, and I appreciate those holding it up.
Okay, we have 24 online.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I see at least 25 in here.
So we have 24 online.
Okay. We do have quorum. We've got 24, 25 online. I've counted at least 25 in the room. We are going to continue. So the next item on the agenda is to one of the matters that was originally on yesterday's portion, the review and acceptance of last year's minutes. So,
I do have the CEO report before that.
CEO report. We'll go this and then CEO. Yeah. So if anyone had any questions, the minutes from the 2021 AGM were included or are included in your kit. They start at page 8. And so what, excuse me, what I'm looking for is if there are any errors or corrections that are needed to be made. It's not a discussion thing, it's more of a just correcting to ensure that when we do accept the minutes that they are without error. So if you wish to point out any errors or corrections required, please make your way to one of the microphones if you're in the room. If you're online, please raise your hand, and we will try to get to you. I am not seeing anyone making their way to the microphones yet. I'm just glancing online, not seeing hands. I will give it 30 more seconds. So we're reviewing, for those that have walked in, we are reviewing or looking through the minutes from 2021 AGM, and I'm asking if there are any corrections or errors that are noticed that need to be addressed. I'm still not seeing anyone. I'm taking that to mean that there are no errors or corrections that have been, that are either there or have been noticed. I will therefore ask for the adoption or motion to adopt the 2021 AGM minutes as presented, and I'll turn to the microphone to my left.
Not yet? How about now? There we go. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director, I move the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize the microphone to my right.
Hello? Walter Manault, Vice President. I second that.
Okay, and we had no one coming up for those turns. So what we'll do, and given that there appear to be no corrections or anything, I'm going to look for unanimous consent on this. So online, if you object to and wish to object, please raise your hand. And the same for in the room. If you wish to object, please raise your hand or with your card so that I can ensure that you are a voting citizen. I know sometimes there's a bit of a delay online, so I just want to make sure we give them an opportunity to object if they wish. Not seeing a hand yet. I'm not seeing one in person. I'll do a 10-second countdown. Going once, going twice. Sold. Unanimous consent on the adoption of the, or the acceptance of the 2021 AGM minutes. Thank you everyone for that and helping us getting back onto schedule. The next item we'll be dealing with the CEO report with a Q&A session to follow. And then following that, we'll be looking at the location of the 2023 annual general meeting. So for this, I understand Ms. Trudeau is going to come up to the podium, and I think the board are taking positions at the table, so I am going to vacate the table for this presentation and turn it over to Ms. Trudeau.
You can pretty much just leave everything there except your phone.
Just give our board a minute or so to get settled. Great. Are they going to bring it up? Perfect. Oh.
He's coming up.
All right.
right. So, Tansei. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Yes, it is. So, Tansei, my name is Colette Trudeau, and I am so pleased to be up here today and presenting on behalf of a number of our ministries at Métis Nation BC. I do want to start out by saying I am a very proud citizen of MNBC. My families are the Hamlins and Vandals, and my family is originally from the Red River area, St. Boniface, St. Eustache. And I just want to start by just saying it's with sincere gratitude and excitement that alongside our board, that I am now the Chief Executive Officer of Métis Nation British Columbia. And MNBC has been my work home for 13 years. And not only has it been a place of professional growth for me, it's been a place of personal growth. If it wasn't for the individuals in this room, our elders, our communities, I would not be as strongly connected to my Métis culture as I am today. My daughter wouldn't be growing up a proud, jigging 2-year-old. And I am just forever thankful that this board took a chance on me and has given me this opportunity. And honestly, I am so humbled by all the support that I've received from this room, from our citizens in this role. And I really, really will strive every single day not to let any one of you down. So I'd like to start by thanking our incredible staff that have done so much work to pull together this AGM. We have not had an AGM in person for a number of years, and I remember one day going to our team and saying, I really want to sit in on our AGM planning session just to see where we're at. And I sat in the room and I was like, oh, you got this. I feel really good about it. And I want to say that we always have learnings. We always have things that we can do better. And I really appreciate the respectful feedback that we've been receiving to ensure that every year we strive to do better, to make sure that we're serving all of you in a really great way when we're all coming together. Because ultimately, it's about relationship, it's about building trust, and it's about creating space for us to come together in a really good way. I want to also thank this incredible board. Honestly, we are such a collaborative bunch. Everything that we do together, we do it with conversation and discussion. I seek their feedback consistently, and I really appreciate their perspectives. So it's been a really collaborative process that we've had together. So I do want to provide our board with an opportunity to introduce themselves and introduce their portfolios. And then as we move through the presentation and as we move through to the Q&A, they'll also have an opportunity to speak to their specific areas. So in terms of this presentation, this isn't about me. It's not about the work I've been doing. It's about the work of our staff and of our ministries and working in conjunction with this board to do really incredible things. So I'm just wondering if I can get my PowerPoint up, please.
What's up there, Colin?
Is it up? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So just in terms of an overview, there's some key pieces. So MNBC continues to deliver for citizens. We have new expanded programs and services. We're working together to renew our strategic plan in collaboration with our board of directors and with our staff. And we're also working hard to seek greater recognition of Métis Nation and Métis people in British Columbia. I do want to encourage all of you to take the time to look at your AGM booklets. This is just a snapshot of the work that's being done. And there is so much information in the reports of all of our ministries, including our board of director reports, that will really give you a fulsome idea of everything that is happening in MNBC. All right, so we're going to start out with children and families. And I'll pass it over to Minister Fisher to introduce herself.
Do I just talk into this?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm used to having to push a button. Yes, I'm Deborah Fisher, and I'm Minister of Children and Families. And my senior director is Colleen Hodgkins, and I can't be prouder of actually the two ministries that I have. But I have to say, with children and families, I'm extremely proud of the hard work that we've been doing and the momentum that we have, and you'll be hearing more about that in a bit.
Wonderful. Thank you, Minister Fisher. So in terms of our Ministry of Children and Families, we've now split the ministry into two different streams. So there's a stream of the ministry that's focusing in on policy and legislation and also on programs and services. We've seen an increase in funding from the provincial government, which is fantastic. Over the years, this has been an incredibly underfunded ministry. And we heard from President Smith yesterday about our judicial review of our IGB status. We need to have jurisdiction over our children. We need to know where they are. We need to be able to take care of them and bring them back to our communities. So this is a really critical area, and we are working incredibly hard on the provincial front as well as federally through the judicial review to ensure that we have that there's recognition of MNBC and our jurisdiction over our children, and also to ensure that we're able to do this work. We're also continuing our engagement with National Métis Children and Family Policies Table at the Métis National Council. And I also want to say that there is an incredible amount of work that has been happening in terms of continuing to build relationships with our Métis family, child and family service providers. They are so critical to the work that we do every day, and we are so proud to continue to build those relationships with our service providers. And now citizenship. Go over to Susie.
So good morning. Citizenship is a new ministry for me. I just got this portfolio in May, and I'm very proud to be able to work with Colleen Hodson as interim director for that the Citizenship Registry. And there's no better person at this time that could I get to be able to work with Colleen, so I'm very thankful for that, and the rest of the whole registry team. It's an amazing team. In my mind, the citizenship and the registry is the foundation of our nation, and I've got a lot to learn on it, and I'm looking forward to continually increasing and working on this portfolio. So it's I'm very thankful for that, so thank you.
So in 2022, we have welcomed home around 1,700 citizens. Our total citizenship count is 22,824, and that was as of September 20th. In terms of total harvesters, we have 1,029 registered harvesters. In terms of our processing times, we are processing complete citizen applications between 8 to 10 months, which is really, I mean, I recall just a couple years ago that those processing times were around 18 months. So our team has been working so incredibly hard to ensure that we are finding efficiencies in our processes and that we are doing our due diligence to ensure that we are providing citizenship to Métis people in this province. We are also so pleased to say that we have welcomed 2 new chartered communities, and that is Métis Community Society of Kelly Lake, as well as Surrey Delta Métis Association. now we'll move to community services. Also Susie.
So community services is also one of my portfolios, my ministries, and I am thankful to be working with that beautiful young lady in the door there. Selena, we're very thankful to have you on board and on our team. We are working together. We've got some improvement to do there, as we all know, but we're working together to get it done right with the communities. So thank you very much, and thank you, Selena, and all of your team.
So as Minister Hooper mentioned, there's a lot of work underway in community services. This is a really critical area for us, and just to be completely honest, this is an area where we can build trust with communities or we can break trust with communities. And it is such a critical area of focus that we look at what community services look like. We listen, we hear from all of you around what services, what you need from us so that we can deliver on that. The concept was great, but we didn't have a really clear path of how we can support you. So I know our community services staff have been going into RGCs. They've been sending out notes to communities, and I really ask that you engage with our team. We want to hear from you. We want to do better, and Selena is a wonderful leader of that team, and so please engage with our processes as we review our community services portfolio, and we really look forward to building out what that looks like so that we are doing everything we can to support all of you in a really good way. In terms of community funding and events, our team has been doing some ongoing third-party administration of program dollars such as urban programming for Indigenous people, as well as other community-specific funding, and they continue to deliver funding that we receive that we are able to administer to our communities. They've also been attending and supporting various community events, including National Indigenous Peoples Day, the Métis Rendezvous, which was an awesome success, Canada Day, and more. And communications, so we don't have a minister for that, but we have an awesome team in communications. They have truly stepped up our TikTok game, I will say that. So we have been expanding MNBC's in-house communications capacity with exciting media projects, and everything that we do around communications is bringing people home, connecting them to the nation, and also building awareness with the broader society as to who Métis Nation is. They've been doing projects, arts and cultural projects. They have been working with BC Manor and have done a Guardians video. They have done multiple events, including my parliamentary forum, which was our youth parliamentary forum, as well as Batosh. They've been working on season 2 of the Métis Speaker Series, and so if you haven't listened to the Métis Speaker Series, it's amazing. It captures the voices of our citizens in BC and has expanded beyond our region as well. And we're in the process of creating a new website, and that has been through a consultation process as well, where we'll have different portals in place to ensure that we're finding different mechanisms to update you on different status pieces. In terms of another key project was around different citizen surveys. So over 75% of citizens identified housing, health, mental health, and addictions in children and families as areas for increased programs and services. And our survey data will guide the 2023 MNBC budget. And this is a really key piece that our finance department has done. It's been around ensuring that we are consulting on our operating budget every year. We do have dollars that are very specific to programs and services, but there is funding that we need to hear your voices on to ensure that our board is approving a budget that reflects the needs of our citizens. And I also just want to put in a plug that we want to spotlight all of your communities. You are all doing such incredible work, and we want to make sure that we are showcasing that. So please connect with our communications team. You have an upcoming event, we want to be there. Let us grab photos, let's take video, let's spotlight what is happening in our communities. So please do reach out to our team to ensure that we are able to do that work alongside you. And next we have Culture, Heritage, and Language. Minister Harriet.
Hello? Hello?
There you go.
Hey. Tanshikiwa. My name is Patrick Harriet. I'm the Minister of Culture, Heritage, and Language. Yeah, I'm so excited about what the team at Culture, Heritage, and Language has been doing. Many of you have probably seen that the Amelia Douglas Institute has been created. And I mean, you know, these things take time. We're not going to be the Gabriel Dumont Institute anytime soon, but we're going to be there eventually. So we want to tell the story of Métis people in BC because I think that story hasn't been told and needs to be told. We're doing really exciting work on languages. There's a lot of foundational work that we're doing in order to be able to get language communities started and be able to have resources and give communities capacity to do their language programming if they so wish. I can't say enough good things about Mallory Blondeau, the Senior Director of Culture, Heritage and Language. And I'm sure I could keep talking for a long time, but I'll pass it back over to you, Colette. Thanks.
Thank you. So our team has been doing incredible things. And in terms of, you know, talking about how do we support MNBC internally with cultural knowledge and experiential opportunities, as well as working with communities, providing citizens with different experiential opportunities. This team has been doing some really incredible work. We also have been, and a big theme of what we've been doing together has been just around relationship building. Everything that we do is built on relationships. And so a key piece that this board thought was a priority was to make sure that we had a BC presence at Batoche, Back to Batoche Day. So we did host a BC Day. We supported Métis artists and musicians to go and perform. And so the first day of Back to Batoche Days was a full BC Day. And our Culture, Heritage, and Language team supported in a huge way on supporting our artists. And I do also want to recognize that we did receive some feedback to do this in a more timely way, so more artists will be able to participate. And we know what day Batoche is happening next year, and we're going to give our artists a lot more time to participate. We've had Octopus Bag Workshop Series with Gregory Schofield, and the products of that work I've seen are phenomenal. Our Métis Artist Technology Grants and the Métis Heritage Arts Mentorship Grants. So we've grants funded 36 Métis artists in BC. As Minister Harriet mentioned, we launched the Amelia Douglas Institute, and we are currently in the process of building out our portion of our office at our Surrey head office, which will be the Amelia Douglas Institute. So we'll have a space where our citizens will be able to come through, experience the Amelia Douglas Institute, hear our story about Métis people in BC, and we're also looking forward to welcoming different school groups to also participate in that as well. And we launched the Métis Languages in BC Vitality Survey Report. So it was the first province-wide initiative by MNBC to collect data on Métis languages. Economic development. Minister de Jager.
Soyel, Tansei, bonjour everyone. My name is Louis de Jager, Region 2 Director and Minister of Economic Development. My family names come from St. Andrews in the Red River Settlement, Sinclair's and Norquay, so that we weren't part of the Red River or the Batoche and Louis Riel. We were always in the background sort of politically and trying to keep the French and English from not killing themselves, and so I'll take credit for some of that. But economic development, I have my MBA, so and I actually did a paper on the financial corp, and I always saw the sleeping giant, and I was wondering why we're not, it's so underutilized, and you know, how are we planning for the future? Where is sustainability? So those are all the questions that I asked myself. So when I was put in this position, I really was humbled to get the portfolio so I could use what I had learned to bring back to my nation. And those are the tables that we sit at, basically. I've always been a salmon warrior. I've been an activist. So I picked that file, a difficult file that basically had one person working for us and literally no pennies going into it to try to advocate to the federal government. And I have Nick now, who does our communications, but he's jumped into this and he thinks like me, and we're like, well, what should we do with this, and who do we need to contact, and how do we build sustainabilities even into our communities? Why are our communities not able to borrow from our own AFI? And so those are all the things and challenges that we're working to try to reframe governance and how that works with our economy. So I'm very lucky to be with a board who, you know, tells me I'm crazy, but I'm crazy going in the right direction. And, you know, they support the challenges and sort of the hopes and dreams. And, you know, it's all about, you know, what we can do and where we've come from. And I sit on several committees, and I have to tell you, all the work that we've done with our skills and development, those people are coming forward. And on those committees are not just two-spirited LGBTQ people, but they're also people with degrees and doctorates. And that is our future. We've trained them for years. They're coming up to us now and taking these positions, and we need them, especially in economic development, because we want that sustainability built from the ground up and from communities and from our entrepreneurs as well. They're our future, and they're the ones who are going to make us independent from federal government. So no matter what government's in power, we know we're going to be building sustainable economies, not just as a nation as a whole, but within all the regions around the province as well. So it's an absolute pleasure for me to take on this challenge, and we're making headway.
Thank you so much. So as Minister DeJager mentioned, economic development is a key priority of this board, and it was noted earlier that our board has created a presidential task force on economic development. There was a question earlier about what does this look like if there's a change in governments at the federal level, and it's about us looking at the funds we currently have and how do we create revenue for MNBC. And so that's a really key area that we're focusing in on, is how do we ensure the sustainability of MNBC regardless of governments in power. So there's a key focus from this board and from MNBC's operations to ensure that we are putting time and effort into creating revenues for MNBC. We are also focusing in on the work of our Métis Business Directory. We are finding opportunities for them to connect with federal governments, to find additional grants to support them, to support different entrepreneurs, and we are connecting our Métis businesses to different training opportunities. And we're also creating opportunities for Métis-owned businesses to deliver citizen training. So we are collaborating with our STEPS ministry as well. Education, Minister Fisher.
So education, so what I would say about education is, again, it's also a ministry that is not funded provincially or federally. We've been working very hard in advocating at both those levels to be recognized because it seems pretty unfair that our K-12, for instance, are not being funded. The children are the heartbeat of our communities and our families and our nation, and we do not want to let them down. The other part of our education team is we have Charlene Waddell is the senior director, and we have an incredible team of people working diligently and hard to bring this to the forefront to both the federal and the provincial level. On our early years program, which is part of the education portfolio as well, we are award-winning in British Columbia. We have been recognized by other provinces, wondering how BC did this with basically half the funding that some of the other provinces are getting, and have asked us to mentor them, which I think is incredibly humbling for us and shows the hard work and the dedication that our team is doing. We have open up our first daycare, which I'm extremely proud of. And and we could not do this if it wasn't for the community. When you have charter communities that believe in your dream, and you work together in partnership, and you support each other, you can do amazing things. And I have nothing but respect for all the hard work that went into this. We have something coming up later on today, but it's really hard to keep secrets. Especially when you've been working so hard and trying to answer citizens and president's comments and stuff, and it's like, oh, I know something, but I can't say anything. But anyways, I'm extremely proud of the work that we have been doing, and I have to say, nobody can say that we haven't been advocating hard. I will stand up to anybody who says that we're not doing that, because our kids matter the most. Thank you.
So just to touch on some of the key highlights, so our Métis Family Connections, we now have over 1,000 families enrolled. We've expanded also to the middle years. Funding is in place for Métis early childhood educators, so we're supporting Métis people in entering that field. Métis in BC virtual exhibit has launched. We also are providing a Métis childcare benefit. And as Minister Fisher mentioned, the Island Métis Child Care Centre opened, and it is located in Saanich with 41 childcare spaces. We also have our Métis education agreement that was recently signed, and that was in Greater Victoria area, so it was the first tripartite Métis education agreement. And I will say that we are advocating incredibly hard to ensure that we are getting more than $50,000 a year to support our K-12 work. And that hits the table every time we are sitting down with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and as well with all of the ministers. And so it's been noted to Minister Rankin, and it's been noted to Minister Miller. Elders. Minister Gervais.
Hello. Okay, you can hear me? Yes, when I first got this portfolio for the elders, I was really, well, I didn't know how it was going to turn out, but it couldn't happen at a better time because we went through the beginnings of the COVID pandemic, and we needed somebody. And in saying that, you know, we had to find a way to collect the elders to be able to help them, and that really rides high with me because I've been with elders most of my life, and I know how what they want, and just by looking around in the audience today, we have a lot of elders sitting in here in our own audience, so you know they're going to be there, you know, and we need to help them all the time. So. It's an honor for me to have this portfolio, and plus I recently got a minister of associate minister of history, language, and culture that really ties into our elders. The elders are very conscious of their culture, and as well as everybody else. But it's good to be able to fit the two ministries together. So thank you very much for allowing me to do this.
And we have and veterans.
Hi, everybody. It's an honor to sit here as the Minister of Veterans once again. I was previously on that file for 12 years, and I'm very happy to be back on the file. As I said yesterday, I always take every opportunity I can to thank our veterans for their service, past, present, and future, and for our freedom. Could we acknowledge our veterans that are doing our Dumont Scout duties, please? So our veterans that are here present, and you saw doing the flag party duties, they also serve as our Dumont Scouts. They're here to keep order in our AGMs and our assemblies. So just know that if you get out of hand, one of them might be coming up and just standing behind you and giving you a gentle nudge. So we thank them for doing that, and we really appreciate the work they do on our behalf and have done for our freedom. I just want to draw attention to page 266 in your kit, and it's a notice about the upcoming Remembrance Day. So MNBC has always provided funds for each community to lay a wreath at their cenotaph. And in the kit, it does talk about now is the time to contact your local Legion, order your wreath. The costs are usually between $50 and $75, but with inflation, they may have gone up a bit. But please make arrangements with your local Legion. MNBC will refund you the cost, so you can, for each community, charter community, you can submit the receipt to MNBC. And if you know of a veteran in your community, please honor and encourage them to be part of the wreath laying for you on behalf of your community. MNBC does lay a wreath at the legislature every year on behalf of MNBC, and we haven't determined who the veteran will be. I usually do it along with one of our veterans, and we will be figuring out those details. But now is the time to start getting this in place. So I just want to point out 266, and we will get this out by communication to remind communities to do this because it's very important. And we want to see every chartered community laying a wreath at their cenotaph if possible. Like I said, it's an honor to be here representing the veterans, and I want to thank them again for all the work they do on our behalf. Thank you.
So just to note some key accomplishments. So 80 people attended the Elders Validation Session, which was in June in Kelowna. We also are hosting a Residential School Survivors Forum, which starts on September 30th. And we will have those in attendance also attend the BC Lions Orange Shirt Day. We also have Métis Elders and Seniors Assistance Program launched, which is replacing another program. And we do have specific staff who are in place to ensure that we are supporting our elders and veterans. So I also just want to recognize Gabby Campbell, who has been doing an incredible amount of work with our elders and veterans. Environmental protection.
So hello again, this is my ministry, and I'm very proud to be working within this ministry. I would like to acknowledge Leona Shaw at the back there. She's a great asset to the nation, and in the portfolio that she's working with, she's done some great work. Within that portfolio of environmental protection, I also get to work with the BC Manor captains, and I would like to acknowledge the captains in the room today. I'd like to acknowledge Mark Carlson. I believe, and Mark has been with, he's the chair of the BC Manor, and he has been with us for over 21 years. I'm not sure if Leonard is in the room, Leonard Labacan, Leonard over there. Kurt Smecker is the Region 1 captain. He is actually, and he had told us when he took on the term that he would be away in Europe right now, so he will get, once he gets back, he'll get more involved. Region 3, Marlene Beatty, I'm not sure if she's here with us today. She is with us, but she's not in the room right now. Region 4, Mark Carlson, like I said. Region 5, sorry. Region 5, Vic LaValle. Vic is in the room, but he is around this weekend. Region 6 is Rene Lucier, and he is unfortunately ill and couldn't make the trip down, but he really is very supportive and has been a captain as well, along with Mark, for many, many years. Region 7, Region 5 was Gary Dukeman. Region 7 is Vic LaValle. I'm not sure if Gary Dukeman is in the room today, but it's great to have Gary back on the file. I'd also like to acknowledge past BC Manor captains. We have Gary Bigger in the room today, and he's been a great source of wealth of information on that file, the BC Manor file, so I'm thankful for that. So I just, the environmental protection has many different facets and fingers, whether it be food security. Oh, sorry, is he here today? Oh, Rob Humperville is the past BC Manor captain, thank you. For Region 1, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. So yeah, it's a great file, and like I said, I've got great staff to work with, and we've got some really good stuff happening within this file, some really good stuff, so thank you.
So some key accomplishments for environmental protection was the release of the Home Garden Manual, also the launch of Wild Safe BC and Wilderness Awareness course, the incredible work that our BC Manor captains are doing in conjunction with our Ministry of Environmental Protection. Honestly, some of my favorite memories of being the Director of Youth was with BC Manor. They would often call me a city girl, and I absolutely was when I was out there. But it was such a phenomenal experience to be out on the land with them, and so I just really want to say how much I honor the work of our BC Manor captains. A heat alert response project launch, as well as developing modernization of emergency management legislation with Emergency Management BC. And this is really key in terms of ensuring that we are supporting Métis people when emergencies happen. Finance, our treasurer.
Hello? How about now? Hey, there we go. So once again, my name is Patrick Harriott, and I want to take the opportunity, since Louis did just really briefly, to mention some of my Métis family names, just so that you can catch me at the break and say, hey, we're cousins, because that's what we like to do when we're at these things. The Mackays, the McNabs, the Bunns, the Truthwaites, the Umpervilles, Rowan, and I'm sure that I've forgotten some, but I think those are some of the bigger family names, so I'm looking forward to meeting cousins later on here. I've been sitting as on the executive as the treasurer, and I mean, I can't say enough good things about our chief financial officer, Anna Mayone. She's done amazing work. But, I mean, we just went over the financials, so I guess I don't really have any additional things to say other than thanks, Anna, and I'll turn it back to Colette.
Perfect. So just to give everyone a sense of how much is being processed out of our finance department, to date, 22,115 processed payments through our finance department, equaling $60 million. So that's for fiscal year 21-22. Total funding received during this fiscal year is $67 million. Our total expenditures, including property acquisition, is $74 million. A total increase in overall net assets of $14.2 million, and that is including our land purchases. For this fiscal year, the total funding received is $29 million, and our total expenditures is $19 million. Our finance department highlight includes we're getting a new finance system, which is very, very exciting. And for anyone who's a finance nerd, I'm not, but Anna is. And it's actually really exciting. We're gonna be able to bring in so many of our processes, and I'm just so thrilled for our finance team to be bringing in a new system that is going to increase our ability to digitize our processes, bring in purchase orders, and really streamline so many different things. So I am so thrilled for the team to be bringing in a new system. Intergovernmental relations.
Hi again, everybody. I have taken on this new file of intergovernmental relations as the minister. This is a multifaceted ministry, and it's regarding relationships with the federal, provincial government, municipal governments, also First Nations. It is very much about governmental relations. It's a real honor to work with Cameron Balwall and Jeremy Twigg. And sorry if I said your name, last name wrong, Cameron, but thank you. It's just we're growing, and the connections we're making with government on all levels is just amazing, as you've probably seen over the last few days and from hearing my comments yesterday as well. And I'll just turn it back over to our CEO to give you an update on that file. Thank you.
So this file is only 1 year old, and our team is doing such an incredible job in helping us raise the profile of MNBC federally and provincially. So we've had engagements with multiple federal and provincial ministries and politicians. So we've noted the meetings we've been having with Minister Rankin and Minister Miller. We have submitted our $84.2 million budget submission, and we did receive a lot of support from the Select Standing Committee on our submission. We are continuing to engage at the federal RIRSD table. You've heard about this throughout the past couple days, but we really have seen over the past 6 months a huge momentum shift, and we have seen the infusion of $3.3 million, which we will be able to access effective January. And we are working on our own historical projects. So not only will this help with our self-governing agreement, but will also ensure that we are archiving our own research, our own information, and making sure that we have that available to the nation. In terms of our provincial table, we have our terms of reference for future engagement processes finalized. We have different working groups to speak about different priority areas. And we were also, when we met with Minister Rankin, he announced that MNBC would receive $500,000 to continue to support the work that we're doing with the province, which is very exciting. And health.
Wow, there's another challenging file. So that's the reason I took it on, basically. You know, I like being an activist, and having 16 different pools of funding to try to deal with the health of our nation is unacceptable. And that's what I say to the federal government, and I say that to the provincial government as well. As a matter of fact, at the UBCM, I chased Minister Dix down the aisle and said, hey, and made sure he had a card in his hand. And, you know, you have to meet with me. I'm the Minister of Health. You have to meet. I supported your campaign. Don't you remember me? And, you know, and really pushing those relationships on him and making sure that we're not forgotten. He's never met with our health department. We need to meet with him, and it's crucial that we meet with him. It's unacceptable, you know, that we get the funding that way. We need our own dollars. We need to develop our own programs. Your communities know your citizens best, and it's unfair to our seniors as well that we don't have the same health care as First Nations, and we're a third of the Indigenous people in the province. So that being said, there are some real positive things. I've been at the table with Stalo Health, First Nations Health Authority, Coast Salish Health, and our ministry, and actually we've signed an agreement, and we have a vote, and we're sitting at the table with Fraser Health. So this is the first time ever in the history, I think, of Canada that Métis people have an equal voice. So we're developing a template, and our vision, our cultural wellness is being brought forward at the table. And you know what? They don't know who we are either. And this is good for our relationships that we actually have a voice at some of these tables. So now we're going to get the same thing as other First Nations people do as far as, you know, in-home care. You know, I know my dad struggled with just even cutting his toenails, and with diabetes, that can be a real mess and a hazard to your health. First Nations have that. Why can't we have the same? And those are the things now First Nations hear that we're not equal. We have a table now that we can express that to. And why can't we have those equal things? It's going to happen. And not only that, but they're actually funding a person, Métis person, to be on those committees. So we're there. Like, this is the first of many. We're going to take that template, move it hopefully to the island next, because I know Patrick's done a lot you know, with urban Aboriginal and urban Indigenous, and that's what they talk about. We can help with that. We have a lot of data we'd like to share. And this is a great portfolio with me because, you know, healthy economies, it's all about our health. It's about our future. I'd like to thank Tanya Daverin, who's worked with MNBC for years. You have never seen a more dedicated employee to MNBC. She has actually, like, her life has been dedicated to the health of this nation, and I just want to acknowledge that it's appreciated, and we are so happy that you're still here fighting through what we're going through, and we're going to get there. We're going to get your health care exactly where it should be. It's our future. If we don't have our health, we have nothing.
Yes, we have a phenomenal Ministry of Health team. They work incredibly hard, and some of their key accomplishments are that we have letters of understanding in place with the majority of our provincial health authorities. We are also in the process of working on a letter of understanding with the Provincial Health Services Authority, which is really exciting. Another key accomplishment is the Tanche Kia Métis Public Health Surveillance Program Baseline Report. And so this provides much needed information about the health and well-being of Métis people in this province. And it was presented in a way that honors Métis traditions, culture, and ways of knowing. And we really appreciate the partnership that we've had with Dr. Bonnie Henry through this entire process. Our next data match for the Métis client roster is with BC Cancer and opioid overdose cohort. So we're continuing advocacy for Métis distinction-based programs and services at provincial and federal tables. Mental health and harm reduction. I'm not sure, is Minister Elliott?
No.
No? Okay.
We can scoot down a bit.
Oh, here she comes. Yeah, we can.
Hi, everyone. Tensei, I'm Kate Elliott. I'm the Minister of Mental Health and Harm Reduction. We recently changed our name from Mental Health and, you guys, oh no, I'm fine here. From Mental Health and Addictions. We've had some amazing growth within our ministry and being able to really push the envelope and to hopefully be advocating for much, much needed mental health and addiction services. We are definitely not on parity currently, and it's something that's been brought up with meetings with Minister Sheila Malcolmson, who greeted us yesterday. I encourage everyone to go down to the health fair, get your 200 steps in. We have amazing stuff down there. You'll notice some people walking around with the little harm reduction pins, sash pins. As well as there's naloxone training and a whole bunch of other resources and things down there. So we have a long way to go, but we are expanding, and there's just such phenomenal people pouring their hearts out, working in this ministry, trying to really fight to be able to help advocate for all of our loved ones. So.
So some key accomplishments are the reopening of our Métis Counseling Connections. I remember when this was first launched, how quickly it was oversubscribed and we had a wait list in place. And periodically we've been able to infuse more dollars into Métis Counseling Connections, and it just shows the need to ensure that we're supporting this type of program. So thrilled to have the reopening of that program. Resilient Roots number 3 is available and has been mailed out to every youth citizen in BC. Substance use program approved by the Public Health Agency of Canada, as well as other successful proposals, and we're doing a lot of work in this area. And Living Life to the Full is available programming, and mental health first aid is available. So providing different types of programs to our citizens across the province. Housing and homelessness.
Hello? Got it on now? Walter Manault, Minister of Housing and Rights, also your Vice President. This is a very, very important portfolio, and I'm sure glad to have it. We have a great team I'm working with, Mr. Ken Bordeaux, sorry, has been a very, very key part of this team. We have a lot of programs that we have developed and moving forward, and I'm very proud that we've just announced the new homeowners program that we've pushed forward for the Capital Corp. That was, I think that's going to be a great asset for our Métis people. We have a lot of other issues, a lot of programs that we have coming down with our housing that we're planning for the future. We're hoping to be able to put some of our Métis citizens in their own homes, to be able to purchase their own homes, to be able to grow, prosper, you know, have their families be able to live in a safe environment. We want to make it available for, you know, Métis families out there that, you know, are paying an enormous amount of rent, but they can't get a loan from the banks. So we want to be able to make that available for these families. You know, they're paying $2,000-$3,000 a month for rent, working 2-3 jobs in the household, but the bank won't look at them because they don't have a line of credit. We want to make these homes available for these Métis people out there. We need to start creating wealth for our own people. And I think the housing program is one way of moving our citizens forward. We want to put together some rent supplement programs, which we have already going. Also rental complexes, so we can have house some of our elders, some of our youth. So there's a lot of dreams and aspirations we have for the Métis citizens here in BC through our housing program, and we're hoping to make a lot of these a reality. So we're working hard to push some of these issues forward and try to make some partnerships with government, CMHC, BC Housing, to be able to make a lot of these dreams available for our Métis citizens across BC. So I'd like to thank our staff for all the hard work they've been doing. I'd like to thank our new CEO for all her support and everything she's been allowing us to push forward and supporting and pushing at the government levels for us. So thank you very much.
So some highlights for housing and homelessness. Land purchases. We have land purchases in Saanich, Campbell River, Surrey, Kamloops, Fort St. John, and Terrace. And we've been going out and consulting with communities around a number of different opportunities across the province. We are working with Macola Development Services, so advancing housing and daycare developments in Saanich, Fort St. John, and Terrace. We have some support programs in place, so a permanent rent supplement, as well as Maniki Home Renovations Program. And we've launched the Reaching Home MNBC's Homelessness Support Program. So the ministry has met with over 20 charter communities to discuss potential housing programs and developments so far. All right, operations and administration, and I'm going to also look to our Minister of Digital Government, Minister Harriet.
Hello. Hello. Did you hear me now? Okay. I am very pleased to be the Minister of Digital Government. Any government needs good information to make good decisions. We also need good information to lobby government with the proof, because they like to see the numbers as to why they need to fund programs and services, what difference that'll make for our citizens. So we've been meeting with the BC Ministry of Citizen Services that holds the data for the BC government. We've been in talks with StatsCan about Métis-specific data through the census and about data sovereignty. We've also, through the In Plain Sight task team, been involved in amending legislation or legislation that's about to happen for the Health Information Management Act, the anti-racism data legislation. So we're really looking to be able to ensure they're collecting accurate data and how we can use that data to make better decisions and to ensure that funding is coming to increase our health outcomes, our education outcomes. One concrete example is from our health surveillance program that we had over the last 3 years. It was shown that Métis people have the highest levels of diabetes compared to any other population demographic. So with that information, we're going to be able to go to government and say, look, we need to have diabetes clinics for our people to be able to help manage those health concerns and to be able to increase the outcomes or lower the negative outcomes from diabetes. So that's just one example of why data is so important and why I'm working really hard to make sure that we have access to our own data so that, we can have data sovereignty going forward. Anyways, thanks, Claude.
All right, thank you. So we have a phenomenal team working in our operations department, and shout out to Brent Weberg, our Chief Operating Officer. So in terms of facilities, yes. We are currently in the final planning stages for reimagining our headquarters as well as our regional offices and making sure that we're looking at how do we include many services in our different regions and support citizens in accessing different services available at MNBC. In terms of our information management and information technology, we have added resources to expedite the work to fully operationalize our citizenship registry database. So we did move to a new database, and we are working incredibly hard to ensure that that database provides us with everything that we need to ensure the efficient processing of our citizens' applications. Digital government work is underway for the Amelia Douglas Institute website, as well as early planning has started with stakeholders to identify resources to develop an MNBC data governance framework. In terms of our human resources department, we are also in the process of implementing a new human resources information system to ensure that we are supporting with our payroll and finding different ways for us to really entrench the cultural transformation and cultural feel that we're looking for within our offices. Skills training, and I know we have a very proud minister.
Tonsi, good morning, everyone. My name is Paulette Flamond, and I'm just so pleased to be here. This is my first ever in-person meeting. So I'm just so thrilled by all the loving kindness that I have experienced over the last day and a half. And I am recently appointed to the STEPS ministry, and it just suits me, my spirit, my heart, my experience. I have spent my entire career working in employment, training, and entrepreneurship. So I've dedicated about 40 years of my life to those sectors, which I really, really love. And I just want to acknowledge Katie Trace and all the amazing staff that we have that work diligently for you and your citizens across the province of British Columbia. Unfortunately, we ran out of post-secondary money just recently, but I say unfortunately, but fortunately, it's actually a good news story because more and more of our Métis citizens in BC are going for their undergraduate, their master's, and their PhD. So we are getting more educated in this province as Métis citizens, and that's an amazing thing. But we will work alongside our senior staff and our CEO and the rest of our board of directors to advocate for more resources for our post-secondary students across the province, because I know some of them are on a waiting list, and we hope that we'll have some good news soon. But also remember that we have a lot of resources in short-term training dollars that are not being utilized. So please take this back to your communities. If you know somebody that needs to have some short-term training to get them into the employment sector or to enhance their employment chances, please contact our local offices and really utilize that resources. I just want to make another plug because I sit on the ICBC Board of Directors, and they're here this year in our trade fair. So I have, they're actually looking for suggestions on their Indigenous strategy, and I'm working, with our CEO there and other board members on that strategy. But please, if you feel it in your heart, go to them and tell them that they need to start accepting our Métis Nation BC citizenship card as primary ID. So the more we tell them, the more that's going to happen. Thank you.
Nice.
Wonderful. So for our skills training and employment post-secondary education, we've had a record budget of almost $27 million for 2022. Something to celebrate is over 1,800 clients have been funded to date. We've also simplified our application process. We've developed new policies and standards have been adopted. We had our first in-person training for students at MNBC's headquarters held in July 2022. We had a record number of cohort offerings across BC as well as virtual job fairs, and partnered with UFV to develop the first MOU to recognize the MNBC registry, and we're looking to formally sign that MOU in the not so distant future, but this is to ensure that we have Métis people who are being asked to do that type of work, and they are showing their Métis citizenship card as demonstration that they are a voice of Métis Nation. Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, I feel so bad, Kate. Just making the walk.
Want to mention why she's not sitting on stage?
No, I need to leave that to her.
Okay, I'm moving as fast as I can here. So I'm happy to announce we have a full council of regional women's reps. Can I have everyone stand up? And so just very, very excited to have the opportunity to work with such amazing women and so much passion and advocacy. So look out for us. We're going to take over the world very shortly. We've been pretty busy within our ministry, but also just trying to re-find our grounding after COVID and all the pandemic lifts. There's been a lot of advocacy and push for murder and missing Indigenous women, and we're hitting some roadblocks, but we're not giving up there. So really looking at pushing, as well as coming up with new creative ways in which to support our regional women's reps for having regional gatherings and having the opportunity to try and rebuild the women connection within our regions. I know after COVID, it's been quite a challenge to get some people to come out and gather, and really just looking at reconnecting and supporting. So I encourage everyone to speak to their women's reps.
Thank you. So we talked earlier about the comfort kits that were put together by our team. We received a grant from Les Femmes Otipemisiwak, and we were able to partner with Soap for Hope to create really great comfort kits that we were able to distribute. We had our annual Métis Women Governance and Leadership Gathering, and also have been in partnership with our STEPS ministry, created a career fit for Métis women, and that has had multiple cohorts go through. And we've also, and what we've been trying to do as much as possible is partner with our charter communities, and a very exciting partnership was the first 2S LGBTQIA+ data conference, which we partnered with LFMO as well as Métis Nation Greater Victoria, Fraser Valley Métis Association. It was An incredible event, and it is our opportunity to create baseline information to ensure that we are supporting our Two-Spirit Métis people in this province in a really good way. Our Ministry of Youth.
Hello, Tanse, everybody. My name is Sean Davern. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Provincial Youth Chair for Métis Nation BC, as well as the Minister of Youth. One really cool thing about the Ministry of Youth and getting to work there is, much like with the elders and with the women and gender equity, we've got our hands in literally every pot. I'm sure you've heard it through all of the other updates that have been said. There's been youth mentioned here, there, because youth are in every ministry. Youth are a part of everything. So I think it's really amazing the work that we've been doing. I want to really raise my hands to Mallory. She's been amazing. She does so much. I don't know how she finds the time of the day. Our past senior director, Katie Trace, she was also amazing. Thank you so much for everything you've done. It's just been an amazing time working with everybody, and we're working at getting the new MyBC committee together. We have Jamie Lee in the room, as well as Jaden. They are the Region 3 and 6 youth reps as well. Thank you. As well as we've identified somebody for Region 5 now, so they'll be appointed at the next RGC. And we also have, I'm not too sure if they're in the room right now, but we were able to get some representation from Ontario and Alberta to come. We all would have had Saskatchewan as well, but they just had a wedding, so I guess that's more important. We're looking at getting some national youth unity moving forward, and at my parliamentary forum, we had representation from every one of the provinces of the Métis Nation homeland, including Manitoba, because the only way that we can move forward as a nation is through our youth. We are how we will come back together after everything is said and done, and it's really amazing the unity and the love that we have for each other. So thank you all for being a part of us, and yeah, looking forward to the future.
So in terms of some really great achievements, another program that our Ministry of Youth partnered with our STEPS ministry on the Youth Employment and Training Initiative, Yeti. If you come into our office, you will find a Yeti in our office that will just randomly be sitting at a desk staring at you. The Yeti also makes appearances on TikTok and is quite the dancer. We put out a youth employment survey. We had 155 youth responses. We hosted our Métis Youth Parliamentary Forum. We had youth from across all governments, all Métis governments. So we had youth from Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, as well as, of course, Métis youth from our province. And it was an absolute success. We also have our Métis Youth Eco Action program, where we had 29 youth participate in the program, and it's all about giving back to community and service to others. And it's just a wonderful program that we will continue to have this next fiscal year as well. So I now want to call upon our Minister of Sport to say a few words.
Thanks a lot. Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director. I also come from the Gladue, Lobocan, Desjardins, Belcourt, Callio, many other names behind there, Turvey, Leclerc. So I'm probably related to half of you. Everybody says every time I go across Canada, I'm finding cousins everywhere. And both sides of my family, mom and dad, come right from the Red River. Our Métis heritage has been unhindered for over 250 years, and I sit here as a proud Métis citizen. As the Minister of Sports, it's been a pleasure to be here, actually, to change it. When I first got on, I was the Minister of Employment and Skills Training. I was the Minister of Housing and Homelessness, the Minister of Veterans, and also I took on the Minister of Sports. So we had a revamping, and currently I'm Minister of Sports, the Associate Minister of Justice, and Minister of Natural Resources. So it's good to shift around and there. But on that with sports, I think this is a really important portfolio because there's a lot of good things happening out there, especially with our youth and our Métis. We see a lot of our First Nations athletes getting recognition, getting assistance. We're really working hard for our Métis youth to get recognized and to help Métis youth get into sports. Simrit is our, she's doing a lot of great work, and Ken Boudreau is our Senior Director of Sports as well. And with that, you know, there's a lot of things that I'm very involved with. The North American Indigenous Games, that's coming up next year in Halifax. We're also trying to get more involved with also even the senior games, and we've approached them, the Senior Canada Games, when it's say sports, with our elders as well. And I found out I can play in there now, so watch out. I'm maybe put a Métis hockey team in the future there and go win it all. And also a big one that we're really starting to work with is, because we were now connection relationship with Musqueam, is I'd love to see, and this is a dream I have, is to see our flag at the Olympics in 2030 if we get it. So, you know, so working on that as well, and that's something that we're pushing. So it's a big file in many ways, even though we don't, you know, when you look at it, there's only growth in sports right now for us. I have one employee that I work with, and then a lot of it's on the side of my desk and making contacts. I've also was contacted by a Maori, a professional rugby team, Rugby 7 they call it, out of the Maori in New Zealand, contacted me. Maori, yeah, and they want to potentially do some traveling, and they heard about us, the Métis, and they want to get more involved with our Métis people. So, you know, it's about being open and doing things and really getting our recognition in the Olympics side of it is really what is why I'm excited about this. So thanks.
And our team in sport is doing incredible work. We've hosted the whale event, and we've also been distributing sports equipment out to communities. So there's a lot of work that to be done, and this is another key ministry that we are focusing on building out capacity. And our board is doing an incredible job to ensure that MNBC is going to be a key partner when the 2030 Olympics are announced. So really great work to our Ministry of Sports team. We're going to go to our Ministry of Justice.
Hi, everybody. I'm not going to say my name because I think you all know who I am. One thing I haven't said today is I'm from the Smith family, right from the Red River settlement. My great-great-grandfather there had 22 children, so you know why the Smith name is such a common one. So it's a Métis name, believe me. I talked a bit about our justice yesterday and about our justice strategy, and I highlighted the restorative justice component in our strategy. Also, I want to highlight, we've got another component that's really important and dear to all of us, and that's the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. So I won't go into a lot of detail on that. As I said yesterday, the justice strategy is, hopefully going to be signed off, and then we'll get into implementation. And when we get into implementation, we will be working with the Métis women of BC, of course. And of course, with restorative justice, we'll also be working with our Senate. So I can't say too much more about the justice strategy, and Colette will give us some updates on staffing and other things that we have ongoing. Just want to acknowledge Minister Gladue as Associate Minister of Justice as well. And we have had some ministry changes, and we have some associate ministers and the addition of a new ministry. So I think it's important that everybody could see who's on which portfolio. This is something we've never done before, having the board of directors up here. I think it's important. This is all about shared leadership, collaboration, and working with our CEO. So I'll turn it over to our CEO to talk a bit about justice.
I know Minister Gladue would like to say.
Sure.
Yeah. And we decided also to add an associate minister of justice, and I offered to be on that because of my background, 26 years in the RCMP, and restorative justice was really big in my portfolio, traveling across Canada. In fact, I was one of the first trained in Canada with the Maori people out of New Zealand in 1993 in Regina. So this is very dear to me, and this is why I revamped where I wanted to go with my portfolios. And justice is a big file. It's an important file. And we know a lot of our Métis people get underrepresented, they're not identified, and how they're treated. And it's something that we're really now working diligently and with Lisa, and especially Lisa's been doing great work in the last 4 or 5 years with this justice strategy. So it's important for her to keep the lead on that. And then also us moving forward together as a team. So just want to say I'm very happy to have changed and got onto this justice strategy. Thanks.
Justice is again, we have some key areas that we're really focusing in on, and with our justice strategy, ultimately there is a strong hope that we're going to be able to do a lot more work in this area. It is critical. It is so critical. When you hear the statistics, when we have so much work to do, but have never had any resources to be able to do that work. And I just want to commend all of our elders and individuals who are involved with different Indigenous court systems to be advocates, those who are Gladue report writers. These are all really critical pieces that we need for our nation, and we need our Métis people to know that these are available to them as well. So there's so much work to do, and we are onboarding a new staff member on Monday who will be in place to truly support our Ministry of Justice and also our Ministry of Métis Rights, which then I'm going to go over to our Minister of Métis Rights, Vice President Minalt.
Thank you, Colette. Minister of Rights, this year file has been very, very important to me. I believe we need to really move on this file, and we need to move on it aggressively. And that's what we have been doing with this team since I've been taking on this portfolio. At this time, I really like to send my thank yous and gratitude to a great team that we've put together. I'm not good with last names, so I'm just going to give you their first names. Cameron, Jeremy, Gerald, Bilal, Minister Harriet, our President, Lisa Smith, and also Minister Jaeger. This is a great team that we've developed and put together to fight on behalf of our citizens here in BC. We finally got to the table with the federal government on a full-time basis. We're not sitting meeting every 6, 8 months or once a year. We've pushed the envelope. We've demanded meetings every month to be able to make sure that the progress we make doesn't fall back and slow down. We're staying aggressive with the issue, and we're pushing the federal government on our self-government negotiations and our rights. And I don't think we could have had a better team put together. And I thank Colette, I thank our president for allowing us to put this here team together to make it a very strong negotiating team. I think we're going to be making a lot of progress and a lot quicker than I anticipated. We've been so far behind other provinces and other nations for so many years. In my mind, we're still 50 years behind on a lot of them. But we've caught up lots in this last year. We've done a lot of work, a lot of negotiations, and the negotiations are going well. As you noticed on Mr. Miller's announcement yesterday, he did state that we are in negotiation for our self-government agreement with the federal government. And by his words up there, it makes me very encouraged to see that the federal government is recognizing those negotiations and seeing that we are moving forward on them. I also like to thank our captain of the hunt, Mark Carlson, for all the hard work they've been doing, BC Manor, for everything they've been doing for the Métis Nation in BC for the last 25 years. They've been volunteering their time, their energy to this process, to this movement. And now we are starting to see some good progress on it. And a lot of that has to do with our BC Manor group. They've never slowed down on their aggression. They have never slowed down on behalf of MNBC and their citizens on this fight for our rights. I also like to thank Barb, I gotta know last names, sorry. Barb Hume, for all her hard work and her dedication to our nation for all these years on this issue. Barb, can you stand up? We'd like to thank you very much. Barb is one of our highly respected veterans and elders, and we have invited her to our MER table to help us under these negotiation processes with the provincial government. And this is the first time we've included a citizen, an elder, and a respected veteran in these processes. So I'd like to thank you, Barb, for allowing your time and energy to help us move these processes along. So we would like to also recognize a lot of our Métis citizens out there that have been fighting for this cause for a lot of years. I can't recall all the names, but all of you out there that have been fighting for this and pushing these issues and making sure that MNBC pushes these issues forward for us, for the Métis citizens across BC. If it wasn't for your aggression, we wouldn't be where we're at today. So I'd like to thank every one of you as well for all your hard work and all your dedication to our nation. And I promise you that we are going to be very aggressive on this issue, and we are going to be pushing this issue forward as fast and as aggressive as possible, so that our Métis citizens here can exert their rights here in BC as we move forward. I'm going to get off topic for 1 second, dear, just because I believe it deserves it. Just for 1 minute. We have a community in Region 4? Kootenay South. The president here, Mert Cervasis, can you stand up for a second, Mert? I'd like to recognize this community. They've been doing a lot of great work. They have some great events within their community. They have a program where we go out and the community goes out and they clean the roadsides. That roadside area is now named after that community. This is what we need to be doing all around our province to show the recognition of Métis people out there that we are not just an Aboriginal group, but we are part of the community. We are part of infrastructure. We are part of the citizens of Canada, and we do contribute to the betterment of our country. So thank you very much, Mert, for you and your community, for all the hard work you do. And I'm hoping we can get that a photo of that sign, and his workers put that on our website to show that their program. And I'd like to thank you very much for that, Mert.
And I want to just say we appreciate all of you. There's a lot of information, and we're a very passionate bunch, but I know Minister Harriet wants to add a couple words on the rights file.
Hello? Hello? How about now? Can you hear me? How about now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yep. There you go.
Oh, great. Yeah, I won't take up too much more time, but I just think it's really important to highlight on the provincial level the Declaration Act and the action plan that's now come out of the Declaration Act. It's really important to highlight that Métis people are specifically mentioned, not just Indigenous people, but they say Métis people. And beyond that, they say Métis Nation British Columbia in the action plan. And beyond that, they say Métis chartered communities in the action plan. So we're part of the plan, and it's our job to hold them accountable to that plan. So I'm just very excited that we're sitting down with the government of British Columbia with our priority tables, and we have their commitments that we can hold them to account and lay those on the table and say, how are we getting here? So this is a very exciting time, and I'm very pleased to be doing this work. Thank you.
All right, and last but not least, natural resources.
Oh, that would be me, again, Region 3 Director Dean Gladue. The Minister of Natural Resources kind of we decided to take it separately and just concentrate on that. And Louis actually had that with economic development. But I decided that I would take that on and say, we got to meet that head on, because when it comes to natural resources in BC, it's a big challenge with our First Nations brothers and sisters, because there's certain elements that are very involved. we felt that it needed its own voice and not being tied in with Métis rights, not being tied in with other things. So I said I'd take it on as a, as a part owner in a resource management company. I have a lot of insight as well in that, and we have connections. And one example is we've also signed on with the Western Indigenous Pipeline Group, where we are actively a part of that group. Louis sits on that board, and because of Louis' economic background, we felt he would be best suited at this time. But I'm also in the background with all the connections of all the chiefs right up through Treaty 8, and also the chiefs within British Columbia in the background of it. But we're also receiving now. We received, what was it, $100,000? We received the $100,000 as a starting project. So. And we are hoping to move that forward and actually become a full partner if it's ever bought by there's actually an Indigenous group, Western Indigenous Pipeline Group, looking to buy that pipeline when it's built, and we're a part of that. So and natural resources is something that, like I said, it's definitely something that is new, and will only get stronger when our government gets stronger with that one. Because we go to the table, and I've always been said, you guys are not welcome here. You guys have no rights to any land base. Well, that's a whole different, again, we have to be able to be smart and effective, and we're sitting in one of the richest land bases in this country, and that's the Kelly Lake region. That's where my homeland is from, Tumbler Ridge, and all those areas. That is a Métis community, and those are one area that we're really concentrating on, is that northeast part of British Columbia. So thanks.
All right. So we managed to make it through every single ministry and department within MNBC. So I'm going to give all of you a clap as well. So what we're going to do is we're just going to wrap up this portion. We do have a signing that we are going to do, and then we're going to move to lunch. Oh, we are amending that a bit.
If I may, thank you for the presentations. We are running a bit. We are into our lunch break. So what we're going to do is we will return at 1:05. At that time, we will have the signing authority or the signing ceremony, followed by a 15-minute sharp Q&A with regards to the presentations you've just received, and then we'll be moving into the business, including the motion that was set for before. You're keeping everyone from lunch.
And remember, Region 3 presidents will be meeting at the Concord Room upstairs right away. Region 3 presidents.
What's your comment? What is your comment?
I just want to say, sorry, it's not doing questions. I was hoping just to step up with questions, but I just wanted to say, my name's Monica Fisher. I'm president for Columbia Valley Métis. And I'm also, I don't usually lead with this, but the daughter of Deborah Fisher, and that gives me a bit of a unique opportunity. I don't think that, we haven't had an in-person gathering, and our board hasn't been honored, I think, publicly the way that they should. I, over the last 2 years, have only had the opportunity really to see my mom apart from holidays and on Zoom meetings for MNBC meetings. And I think having that unique opportunity, it also gives me the recognition that you as our board of directors are away from your family, your friends, your partners, your loved ones, and your lives. And I just want to put my hands up to you for the hard work and dedication that you've done over the last 2 years. I know it hasn't been easy, but I hope that you know that it is worth it, and we appreciate you. So.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to lunch until 1:05. Lunch return at 1:05.
One more speaker there, signing.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Hello? Hello? Sound like it's coming up. Perfect. Thank you. We're going to have people returning, and we'll get to the signing ceremony in a second. But we are going to, while we're waiting for a few more people to enter, we have Stephen from going to do one of the raffles or the draws. So while we're doing that, and then I'll ask Colleen Hodgson in the meantime and the rest of her group to come up towards the podiums here. So go ahead, Stephen.
Hello? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Good. So I just wanted to start by thanking everyone for coming out to our health fair over the last day and a half. And we still encourage anyone to come by and get your blood pressure tested, blood glucose tested. We'll be there for the rest of the day. But we've been very, very happy about the turnout we've seen. As you may have noticed, there was a door prize for folks who attended. So hopefully everyone who has entered is here and is ready. So if you have a ticket stub, please get them handy. If not, I'm going to have to just keep redrawing. So I also don't know where. All right. I don't know where my other staff person went who is telling me what I'm actually drawing for. So, 1 second. Awesome. Okay, you ready? What are we drawing for?
First prize.
All right, so first one we have is number, I'll just do the last four digits, 4389. Is there a 4389 in the room? Okay. We'll go with 4441. Nope. Going once? Okay. 4345. Apparently we're going to be here a while. 4378.
Well, this will learn all the people for not getting back in time, I guess. All the
4316. Nope. 4316. 4354. Apparently nobody actually came to our health fair, so 4386.
Okay, ask if he's here. Actually, ask if these two are both here.
Okay, is there a Evan? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Aclettok. Aclettok. Okay. How about a Sylvia Desrocker? DeRoche? That's probably what that says. Sylvia? Woo! Thanks for being here. There we go. Thank you, everyone. Just to mention that we also have our scavenger hunt, so if you've gotten your tickets for those, please bring them back to our health fair sometime this afternoon. I think around 3, we're going to be doing our prize draw for that. So thank you, everyone, and we'll get back to
Thanks
the
a
agenda.
lot. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Director Hodgson. I think I see you over there. And this is for the signing ceremony. So I'll turn it over to Director Hodgson.
Thanks, Dave. Tanse kiwa. It's so wonderful to be here. I am Colleen Hodgson. My family names are Hodgson, Monkman, Anderson, and a couple other ones, as Louis so eloquently shared earlier. And I'm the Senior Director at MNBC for the Ministry of Children and Families, and the Interim Senior Director for the Ministry of Citizenship. I am so proud to be a Métis citizen, and I'm so honored to do this work for all of our citizens. This work we do is for all of us. And I want to just start by saying that listening to our leadership, and I look to President Smith for her words about it takes so many of us and so many people, and it takes all of us. It's not about any one person. And it's most definitely not about me. And we'll share that a little bit later with a very small but mighty team. And I listened to President Cassidy as well about her words about at the Métis National Council level of, again, just being collective, having shared interests, doing the work together. And this is what this signing is all about. We have, you know, I think for our amazing children and family service providers across the province, we've been disconnected. I feel like sometimes the Ministry of Children and Family was on an island, and we need to change that. So the signing we're going to have here today is the first ever with any Métis Children Family Service provider, and it's a commitment to the work we need to do together. So having said that, I'm just so honored to introduce you to Evangeline Studney, who is the president of the Nicowan Métis Family Services Society from Prince George. Please, Evangeline.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Colleen said, my name is Evangeline Studney, and I'm president of the board of the Nicowan Métis Family Services in Prince George. I'm here with Richard Nault, and of course, anybody that knows him, he's very quiet and doesn't say much, but so I'm the spokesperson. So he's been the ED, or executive director of this society for a number of years. That used to be known as Kikino, and we recently changed the name because there was a place in Alberta that was actually owned the name Kikino. So Niwikawan is a Cree word, which translated, it means my home. And Richard and his team strive to make Niwikawan a home for Métis families in Prince George. On behalf of the board of directors and Richard, we're really excited to partner with MNBC to improve the services to the Métis families in the north. As Colleen mentioned, we've been a bit of an island, and when we're up north, we're on an island that's far away. So, as you know, Richard has dedicated many years working with Métis family and has always envisioned having the resources to reduce the number of Métis children in care, because that's our goal. We want to have them with their families. So we're partnering both with MNBC and MCFD to achieve delegation, and we think that's truly what is going to make a difference for us, to give us the resources and the ability to actually care for our Métis children. So on behalf of the Métis citizens in the North Central region, I'd like to thank Deborah and Colleen for this vision that they have to place Métis children and families at the center of everything that we do and putting the steps in place to make this a reality. So thank you.
Thank you, President. And now I would like to call upon our visionary in children and families, Deborah Fisher.
So first of all, just to let you know the importance of this ministry and what this ministry means to me. So as an Aboriginal support worker for a school district, Rocky Mountain, for 26 years, doing that work, I was working with the Ministry of Children and Families basically on an everyday basis with our high-risk youth. And also within that, in order to do my job, I also took children home because there wasn't a safe place for them for that night, that week, that month, or that year. And together with my husband and our 3 children, we have hosted over 35 children. Those children, some were respite care, overnight care, and even international students, and we had 2 long terms of just about 3 years. We have a lack of foster homes. But also children and families shouldn't be about just child welfare. It's about making a safe place for a child in the very first stage, creating a stable foundation for our children creates a stable family, and thus a community and also our nation. So my vision has always been that if we can create a safe place for our children right from the very start, we're better off in the end by far. The people doing this work have incredibly hard heart work that they do, and it does take a toll. And I honor all the people that are working with our youth, from the time they're born to the time that they turn into adulthood. So as the Minister of Children and Family, I have to say that I am very humbled over the fact that Colleen and I's vision is not only our vision, but also the vision from the people that we've heard. It's coming from the children as well, of what they needed in order to get through a very difficult time in their life. So the Minister of Children and Families' focus is to connect all Métis children and families to their community and their culture, including children and youth at risk and in the care of others. Connecting our families to their community, culture, and with one another while providing them with programs and services is how we support our Métis families to thrive. Supporting families to thrive is achieved by using our Métis value system and cultural beliefs to guide our practice. The Ministry of Children and Families works in partnership with our chartered communities and Métis Children and Families service providers to advance the rights and jurisdiction in relation to child welfare system. Over the past several months, the Ministry of Children and Families has been transforming how it meets the needs of our Métis families. This transformation includes our relationship with Métis Children and Families service providers across this province. Newickwand Métis Family Services Society works tirelessly every day to meet the needs of our Métis families in the North Central region. Métis Nation BC is committed to supporting these efforts and working with Newickwand to achieve delegation, reduce the number of Métis children and youth in care, and support family preservation. Building a Métis family service system is daunting, and it takes all of us in order to do it. We need to do it together. This commitment agreement clearly outlines the actions we need to take and the responsibilities that we share. My mother, who is 89, was in long before the system was a system. And at that time, it was culturally cared for. And so she's mentored to me what it means to have family and to have somebody that can provide a stable place and a safe place. My belief is that every child needs to be in the center of all of our decisions. And when we do that and we can take away the political part and just look at the child and focus on what that child's going to need, it makes the decisions actually quite easy. I'm very proud to be here with you today. I'm very proud to have Colleen and this incredible team championing the work that we know we can do best. And thank you.
Thank you, Minister Fisher. And as her words are so clear about putting the child in the center of this is an exhausting work often. So yeah, it's so great to have a whole bunch of people involved, including all of you, and we couldn't do it without you. So having said that, I would just like to quickly introduce you to the Ministry of Children and Families team. And then I'm going to take a moment to recognize all of our Métis Children and Family Service providers as we bring them into the nation, so they're not aside from us. We often say as Métis people that we were left, that we're on the side of the road, that we're forgotten. Well, we need to include our Métis family children service providers when we say that. We can't forget them. We need to recognize them. We need to respect them, and we need to support them. As we go down this road towards jurisdiction, they are the ones in community working in child welfare. We need them. They need us. So if we have these agreements in place that actually literally explain what a work plan is going to look like that is co-developed between Nikawan and MNBC. So we're not going to go say this is what we want to do. They're not going to come to us and say this is what we're doing. We're going to do it together. So it'll reflect that because these are our citizens in community. So and as we expand this, it will, when we assume jurisdiction, and we will, we'll have a system in place, a Métis family system in place. We have to do it now. We can't just wait for Indigenous Services Canada to decide what the outcome is for our Métis children. We need to build it now so when we do have jurisdiction, we have a system. And it's connected with our chartered communities and our Métis children and family service providers. So I'm going to just quickly introduce my team. So you've met this little guy running around a lot, and that's what it's all about. And I heard Brody Douglas say, wow, it sounds so cool to hear the kids at the AGM. This is what it is. They're our Métis families. They should be with us always. So Carly Hale, she's a Métis citizen, and many of you know her from community. She recently came on at MNBC as our Métis Kinship Connections Coordinator. Yay, Carly, and her little guy. And her role specifically is to work with chartered communities and service providers on child welfare to support them to get citizenship, to work with Métis foster families and support them and develop training programs, to work with the adoption agencies in British Columbia and all the adoptions that are happening in our Métis communities with Métis families and non-Métis families. She's got a lot of work ahead of her. She's so willing to take it on, and I'm so grateful to her for it. Corey Thunderchild is our Métis Family Program Manager and a Métis citizen, and her and I crossed paths many years ago working when we had our MNBC was in Abbotsford. And like all Métis families, sometimes you come back to one another. So thank you, Corey. And Autumn her job is hard. So these are all people that have kindly were trying to build in the Ministry of Children and Family, and Autumn has a tough job. She's our Métis Family Support Specialist, and she's on the phone and on email and meeting in person with our service providers and with our families every day, and these families are just really struggling, and they're going through some rough times. And if you ever could hear one phone call that she has with a family or see her life in one day, they love her. She's just changing things for Métis families. So thank you, Miigwech, Autumn. And Bernadette was one of the first staff members. She came on board as I was coming into the Ministry of Children and Families, so thank goodness I had somebody we all ask each other questions because we didn't quite know what was going on, but we figured it out. And Bernadette is our administrative assistant, but so much more. We all know our admin people are so important. So she keeps me on track, and she supports our service providers as well in all our meetings. So thank you, Bernadette. And Anna came on board as a policy advisor. I did not hire her. I would have anyways, but she came on. Thank goodness she was there. She's leading all the provincial and federal policy work. She's a senior policy analyst with the Ministry of Children and Family, and embracing our Métis ways, and has a strong voice at every table and every meeting in Canada and BC, because I can't always be there, and especially now taking on the Ministry of Citizenship, to have a strong team that can support me is so important, as we all know. So Anna, blessings to you. And if I could just we have 5 Métis children and family service providers. So Richard Nault, who Evangeline has so eloquently talked about, he's kind of got one foot out the door, but we're keeping him in Nikawan for a while, but he'll have another role in community. But he has been working there with children and families forever, and we're so grateful, so thankful to you, Richard. So thank you. And I would like Adam and Melanie, if you could, just to come up and join us. We have 5. So Colleen Lucier from Lemichif could not be here. She has 4 kids and one's 2 years old. So she's got her hands full, so she sends her wishes to the AGM, and she knows we're doing the signing today, so we thank her for that. And Jackie Ellen Watson couldn't be here as well, but you're here, yes, and so thank you. Please come and join us. So Adam Calvert here is the Executive Director of Métis Family Services. No small feat. Surrey's a big place, children and families, a lot of work. So not only are we, like Adam and I, conversing on a daily basis, we were very successful supporting him with MCFD to have adoption program continue at MFS and with funding from MCFD. So that program was going to end, and this is our role, to step up with government and say you cannot end that adoption program. It's the only one in BC for Indigenous families, and it's at Métis Family Services. So this is the work that needs to be done. And then over to Melanie, who, when Colette was sharing the information about the child care center, the first child care center opening, well, we can give her a big thanks for that. Melanie Hudson. Thank you. So Melanie is the Executive Director of the Children and Family Services in Victoria, and an advocate, an activist, and just a person that gets things done. And it wasn't easy to open that child care center. I was involved in the beginning of it with Melanie, and there was, I don't think, a day off in many months that she ever took. And so that's the work that it takes to make this happen is monumental. So I just say that it's so important to include everyone and to recognize everyone and make them part of our nation. They will be with us throughout the journey. So with that, I would like Minister Fisher and President to come up and sign our commitment agreement. And whenever you guys are in community, traveling throughout other communities in Prince George or the island or wherever, go visit them. Their places, Kamloops, LMO, it's home. When you walk in, it's Métis. And it's not just for child welfare, it's for anybody just to stop in and have a cup of coffee. And there's okay, just keep going. Keep going. There we go. So I would ask at this time if anybody would like to share anything while we're having this document signed.
Almost 2 years ago, I started a relationship with MNBC that I was new at that time. And the relationship has continually got better and stronger. We feel that as a service provider, very supported by the Métis Nation BC. We work with many children throughout the province for permanency planning and for placements, and Deb knows all about that. But we work tirelessly with the Métis families. And we feel that it is a partnership that can only get stronger and grow as we continue to expand our services, and as Métis Nation BC expands its government and its responsibilities for its children. We are excited about the opportunity to support Métis Nation BC in their IGB status and in their pursuit of that. We feel that it is something that is very important to have children be governed by the Métis, who they are and who they will be. And so that will be something for us to support continuously, and we are supporting it, and we do. We have made, feels like almost 100 submissions in that way, in different documents going back and forth between our departments. And so our hands are up to Métis Nation BC, and we say thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you do tirelessly, and especially the Ministry of Children and Families on behalf of the Métis children. And we see it improving and strengthening the lives of the Métis children who we're involved with. in very delicate situations sometimes, but we see it improving and strengthening. So thank you. And thank you very much, Métis Nation BC.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're running beyond schedule, but I'd just like to say a quick thank you to MNBC for our brand new childcare center. It's so wonderful to be able to offer our lovely children Métis culture and Michif language and elders and knowledge keepers, and it's so amazing to go visit them. And if you guys hadn't stepped in and supported us, it wouldn't have happened, so thank you.
So we're just going to bring everybody over to get a couple of pictures, and then we'll get back to work. Oh, and we got a sleeper, finally. And the gifts that we're presenting for the signing for the photos are re-envisioning the Ministry of Children and Family involved looking at what the Métis family structure is. And there's a story behind that Minister Gladue, we wanted him to share it, but we can't find him. So I'm going to just speak to that for 2 minutes while we gather everybody up over here in front of the stage for pictures. Yeah, with all the flags, with the Métis flags. What's that? Yeah, that's awesome, absolutely. So you'll see the blue shirts that they're wearing. That is a painting from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan by Leah Dorian. And it's a turtle, obviously. And it's the creation story. And if you're not familiar with it, when you leave here, check it out. And you'll see that inside of the turtle, which is kind of interesting because the turtle moves kind of slow and they're kind of strong and they're kind of careful. And that's what we need to do in child welfare. So you'll see in the circle that the Indigenous belief system for many peoples is, as Minister Fisher so often says, the child is at the center. So in the turtle, the child's at the center with the elders. The circle around that is our youth who are looking in to the children and that transition piece as they grow. The next circle around that are our women, our aunties, and our moms who are taking care of community and taking care of these folks. The outside circle is an important one, and it's our men. And so often we've lost our men over the years for many reasons as protectors of our families and communities. And that's why, we're going to put some dads programs. That's a big focus. So where are our dads and our fathers and our uncles in this? So we need to look at this family structure, and we need to actually, the part I like is we're going to operationalize it. So every one of those circles needs to be attached to programs and services that are real, that are in community, developed with you. So as we go around and come to your communities and talk about this, it's what you need for your families, because I'm not ever going to sit in an office at MNBC and think that I know. So we're going to be coming to your communities, and we're going to be talking about this, and we're going to share this turtle teachings with you and embrace you with it and put these programs and services on the ground. So again, it's so eloquently that President Smith shared this about it takes so many people. It's going to take us a while to do it, but we have to do it slowly and carefully, kind of like a turtle. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that presentation and the signing. We are at this time going to do the Q&A for the directors, the cabinet. So if I can have the cabinet come forward, and while we're doing that, there was a draw from Enbridge, and I think, Oh, perfect. We're coming up here. So we'll have a draw while we're waiting for our cabinet to come up. So.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody's doing well. All right, good, good. I'd like to introduce Ricky Baudet, who is from Enbridge, and they've been a sponsor of Métis Nation for many years. And we have a draw. So those who had entered, we'll pull up the name. And if you're here, stand up and we'll celebrate you. And if you're not here, Ricky's going to call you. So if you're not here, you don't know this, but you'll get a call. So the word's out there. All right, drum roll, please. All right, Ricky, just, you know, I'm not doing names. We have Gerald Pope.
Gerald Pope.
Gerald Pope.
He's the senator.
Oh, Senator Pope. Senator Pope. He's at a senator meeting. We'll ring him later. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, just before we start with the Q&A, I'm going to remind everyone we're going to keep this to 15 minutes. There are opportunities. We all know who our cabinet members are, and I'm sure they'll take questions at some point later. I also want to remind people of the standing rules that we talked about yesterday. On each of these, one question up to 2 minutes. If you wish to ask a second, please go to the end of the line, and it'll be after everyone else who hasn't answered a question has an opportunity. That may mean you don't get a second question, just given the time, because we are getting further and further behind, and we do need to get to the business of it. So I will start on this side, the right. Please introduce yourself, and if it's a specific question to a particular board member, please maybe direct that way, and hopefully we can give you more. So to my right.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so my name is Jana. I'm Region 4 Women's Rep, and I'm also a MMIWG family member. And first thing, quickly, I want to make a comment. For the first time in 3 years, I've been heard by this board. I've been trying to get some support through an inquiry. I was one of the 125 that went across the nation, and as a family member, navigating that myself has been absolutely traumatizing. So my hands go up to you. So the question with that is, what really saved me in that process was our RCMP liaison officer, Susan Boyes. If I didn't have her support, I wouldn't be making change in my community. We have one for the whole province, but we have over 100 First Nations police officers. My question is to the Ministry of Justice. And I realize you can't speak specifically to the justice strategy, but is it in the future, are we going to look at signing agreements with RCMP in BC so that we can give that service more? Susan's great, but she's one person. And my hands go up to her. I know she's not here today, but she saved this process for me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana, and thank you for all the work you do advocating for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and to your family as well for the traumas that you've been through. As you know, I was talking about the justice strategy earlier, so once we get to the implementation stage of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, we will work with the Women's Council, and that is something we can definitely look at as implementation, even though that would be a federal piece. That's something we definitely have to work on. I just want to mention Susan Boyes. She is the Métis liaison for the RCMP in British Columbia. She's an amazing, amazing lady. She's one of our veterans, and she's a Métis citizen. So this is something we can definitely work on, and I know, Jana, you'll bring this to the table once we get into implementation stage. So, and thank you for acknowledging that you feel you've been heard. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair next recognizes the speaker, the microphone to my left.
My name is Patricia Paulson. I'm the Women's Representative for Region 6. I'm also VP Northwest BC Métis Association and Chartered Community. My question is for the Minister of Education. There has historically been a delay in funding for degree students and master's students. The short-term school funding has, I just want to acknowledge the improvements that have happened in that area and the greater availability. However, some of our students that are going for different type of education, there's still a delay. I also understand that this year there is a massive increase in applications for school funding. So I'm just wondering if there's something, what's happening is that by the time their documents are issued from the universities or the colleges, the funding this year in particular was used up, but this has been a long-standing problem. So I was wondering if there's anything that you can speak to on that subject, please.
Thank you for your question. I know you mentioned education, but it's actually STEPS, skills,
sorry.
training, and employment.
Sorry.
So please go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Lamont.
Well, no, I will. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, that yes, unfortunately, we did run out of resources for post-secondary. There are people that are on a wait list, and I heard that there could potentially be some of them getting funded. I think a lot of the issue too as well with our post-secondary students is that the application process opens in February. Like we had post-secondary students applying for funding on the 26th of August. So we really need to encourage that. We are also gone to a citizens-based as well. So people that self-identified, we're getting funded. They have been told all along this year that they need to get their application in for membership. And a lot of them have family, so they go through the kinship. So some of that's been an issue as well. I know that our STEPS staff and director are actually going to be meeting soon to go over, these issues and problems that we're having. Of course, we need more resources. I mean, that's what we have to advocate for. But we need to look at how we can streamline and how we can address some of the concerns that you have and be able to, get our students funded. But we don't have enough resources. But I'll also let our CEO also talk about that as well.
Thank you, and thank you for your questions. Our staff and our ministries are in a constant state of continuous improvement, finding new ways to do things. And I think in terms of timelines, we're 6-7 months into this fiscal year, and we've already served over 1,800 citizens. That does say that we're processing our citizen applications at a very good rate, but we're always looking for ways to again, find efficiencies and support our citizens. It's no secret that we need more supports, and we're going to continue to advocate for more supports for our students and ensure that those who are getting degrees, masters, doctorates, that they're supported. And I'm so thrilled to say that our program is now supporting those students. So we are always looking for new ways to do things, but I think over 1,800 funded citizen students is something to celebrate.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I move to the next question, I'm noting the time and how much, so I'm gonna leave it to those that are already standing in line, and it might take us past the 15, but I know they're already have been waiting in line first. So I recognize the speaker to the microphone to my right.
Tansy, my name's Don Corson. I'm the president of the West Kootenay Métis Society. I've been a president for about 6 years. I've been an advocate of Métis rights and Métis community activities for the past 12 years. I've been a Métis citizen since 1997. I'm standing before you today because my community was cut off from funding. Didn't harm Don Corson. I don't need any money. I volunteer, like every president in this room, and I applaud every president in this room. But this board suspended our funding back in September of 2021, reducing the COVID supports and COVID funding for over 25 families and umpteen children involved with those families that we were supporting with the funding up to that time. I stand before you to say this board is responsible to provide services to all the community members and the 90,000 that they use, and specifically the 23,000 that are certified and verified members. I'm insulted personally that this board took this action back in September. We had meetings, Zoom meetings in January and February, and then they presented a whole new charter agreement. I have received, and without belaboring it too long, there's a new charter agreement coming on. I talked about the charter agreement from 2006. It took 2 weeks to find that charter agreement that numerous communities have signed, and I would strongly suggest you revisit that 2006 agreement. It's part of our Constitution. It's part of our rights to be supported by the MNBC, who control all the funding to give it out to the citizens and community. So my statement or question, and I can go verbatim, I'll chat with anybody about this agreement, but there's a new charter agreement that came along. We negotiated it. Well, we didn't negotiate it. I was presented it. The charter agreements that are in place for the communities, and I fully respect, and this has been from day one, the fiduciary responsibilities and the accountability of funding, of money that communities get and are accountable to that and where it goes in the citizens. I've never taken a dollar unless I put out a dollar of my own pocket for gas to go to do something. But I've never paid myself a nickel for the umpteen meetings that I go to for the communities and representing everyone in this room, because we all move around, we're mobile. So I know David's going to get stuck for the point.
Do you have a yeah?
My quick question is, I signed a charter agreement on August 29th. They didn't like it. They said, oh, you stroked out some things. It's a contract. They're implying a contract. And there's going to be a new board, a new committee. Mr. Harriet, President Smith have indicated that there's going to be a new charter agreement. So I urge every one of you presidents in the room and your boards to revisit that charter agreement and make sure that you do not give up your rights as Canadian citizens, your responsibilities to your communities when you sign that agreement. I'm not going to sign an agreement to get money. It has to meet the needs, and respectfully, this democratic process that we are living in and the processes that the board has taken, sign this so you don't get no money. That's the notes I got back. Sign the agreement and get no money.
All right, sorry.
So my question is, when is the Métis Board of Governors going to honor that? I signed the damn charter agreement, and I've not been funded for their community. There's $100,000 that most communities got. I've got 25 families that are done without for the last year. I will leave it at that. The board can make their decisions, but I'll talk to anybody about these charter agreements and stuff going down the road. Thank you.
I'll take the first part.
So, okay, and if we can have hopefully a short answer, and then we can get to the rest of our questions.
I'll address the second part of the statement there. Yes, MNBC is hoping to come to agreement with consultation with all of the communities to have a consistent charter community agreement with all our communities. We've got many, many different versions out there. As you heard Mr. Corson state, theirs is from 2006. The original charter that was signed in 2006 was not with West Kootenai Society. It was with a different name, and I believe it was yeah, it was a different name. However, I would just want to address the part about the families and the citizens. MNBC has been providing direct funding to the citizens that reach out in need. I believe Mr. Corson has passed on names to Minister Fisher, and in turn, that has gone to community services. VP Minot has been working along with Deborah Fisher on this issue, so I'm going to let him speak to where we are with that briefly. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I've been into many conversations with Mr. Corson in regards to this issue. As our president has stated, the chartered agreement that was signed in 2006 was under a different community name, and what we would like to do is to get. We're willing to sign the old agreement as long as we put it under their new chartered name, without any retractions or changes. Some of the retractions that we're were taken off the new agreement weren't agreed on by both parties. So right now we're in the middle of a negotiation with Don and his community to hopefully try to fix this issue and to reunite our partnership with their community. As we as a board here preach that we are here for all our people, all our communities in BC, and we stand by that statement. We definitely will be working, hopefully in conjunction with Mr. Corson and his board to hopefully fix this issue moving forward. We know the negotiation process does take a little bit of time, and we are willing to sit down and work this issue out with their community and Mr. Corson and his board at any time.
Thank you. I'll recognize the speaker on my left.
Tim Lowe, Dishinikashon, Niam Métis. My mother was Métis. Our family lines are Amiot, Blondo, Kelly, and Lapierre. We come from the Capel Valley in Saskatchewan, and we have ties to the Red River in the valley. My comments really are regarding education, and it's just unacceptable that we're not getting funding from either provincial or federal sources. That is totally unacceptable. And Patrick commented about how important DRIPA is and that we're included in that piece of legislation. But I think there are serious concerns with the DRIPA legislation, how it's being implemented, how it's being understood or at least interpreted by the provincial government. Because no sooner had they signed that piece of legislation than they took away our 3 alternate schools in Nanaimo. They gave them back to the school district 68, where those kids that were in those programs were not successful in the school district system. So they no sooner had signed that piece of legislation, they took away our 3 alternate schools, and that is totally unacceptable. I think that needs to be addressed. And I think maybe we should use some of that short-term funding that we've got to actually train the provincial government on what that DRIPA legislation is all about. And a question I've got regarding economic development. I looked at the financial statements and they're impressive and it's really good. A little bit confusing because there's such a list of programs and resources and whatnot, but I noticed one big discrepancy. There's nothing in there for economic development. So I'm just wondering, and it's been mentioned that economic development is a priority for this board. When is that going to be reflected in operations, in funding? What are you doing to negotiate that kind of resource for the Métis Nation here in BC? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Do you want me to answer that? Sure. Thanks for that question. Yeah, exactly. My sentiments exactly. But, you know, we're doing, you know, my mother could make something out of nothing. And that's basically what my desk is. But, you know, and to tell you the truth, we just had lunch with Patrick Watson, I think is here. Patrick, are you in the room? Representing our national, MNC, and we just had lunch with him. So we used to have an economic conference actually nationally, and I think it was 2014, 2016, I might have that wrong, but we haven't met since. And that's what our lunch was about is, you know, we need help. Right, and we're at the tables. We have formed a presidential task committee with all our best minds on this board, and it is moving forward really quickly. Our focus is completely on economic development because the federal government wants us to be independent. We want to be independent. We don't want to be depending on federal dollars, and we want to be able to take those dollars and use them the way that we feel they need to be used in helping our entrepreneurs, as well as the Mir table on economic development. We have met once and 4 times actually with the economic, our financial corp. And we have a business advisory committee, which you sit on as well, which is really good. So the communities are engaged, the entrepreneurs are engaged. What's missing is money. And that's what we're advocating for. So it's coming. It is definitely my priority and the priority of your government is to get some economic dollars flowing into us and then out to our entrepreneurs and out to our businesses. They are doing very well, not just on the pipeline, but right around the whole province, and they are employing a lot of Métis people that we have trained already. So we're moving in the right direction. We just want the car to go a little faster, so I will commit to that I will redouble my efforts on advocating and making that happen within the next year or 2 years. Thanks.
If I could just add something to Mr. Dieger's comments. I just wanted to highlight again the Métis Financial Corporation. A lot of our economic dollars do go through the Métis Financial Corporation to assist entrepreneurs. We did see the presentation this morning, and they have some significant numbers of regarding funding they've received for entrepreneurs. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize the speaker to my right here.
Good afternoon, Carmen Carrier, Region 2 Women's Rep. I just want to say merci to all of you, the board. Thank you for the work you're doing on behalf of our nation and our people. I appreciate all the hard work. Just a comment and then a question. We've been talking about children being at the center and why we do the things we do. And I'm glad to hear that as a mother of 4, that is one of our reasons for the work that we do. And I want to thank Cousin Dean for dialoguing with me about pipelines. And my question is around pipelines, because while our nation is investing in pipelines, my concern is for our children. And I would like to know what our nation's doing to rectify some of the environmental concerns that are coming with our involvement with pipelines. And I would also like to know what our nation is doing to mitigate some of the dangers that are coming to our women and Two-Spirit people. As we all know, the issues with missing and murdered Indigenous women. So those are 2 issues that I'd just like to know, as with our involvement with these pipelines, what are we doing to mitigate these real concerns? Thank you.
Yeah, I can definitely answer that. We haven't invested in anything, but we're part of the Western Indigenous Pipeline Group. We sit on that table with lots of First Nations. It's 100% Indigenous owned with a partner, Pemina. I encourage you to go to the website because it really explains kind of what that infrastructure is all about. And for us being 100% at the table and not watching the federal government do things without on our permission, there's 129 First Nations that are involved in this as well. The Métis Nation of Alberta is also partnered on there. We actually have a seat with the Métis Nation of Alberta, and we have a voice and we have a vote. So trust me, your concerns and environmental concerns are part of that conversation as we move forward with the federal government. We're not looking at anything to be done within at least the next couple of years after the pipeline gets put in the ground. And it's not just the pipeline, it's that infrastructure. So there are other things like natural gas and other things that pipeline can be used for. So yes, your concerns are not just our concerns, but they're also First Nations and their communities' concerns. So I'm just glad that we're there and we have a voice until the time that, we're not dependent on oil anymore.
Just a little extension on that. When it comes to the environmental issues with the pipelines and industry, I'd like to take a page out of NEMA's playbook. Dawson Creek Métis office has established a rapport with some of the oil companies in our region. And what they've done is they've allowed the Métis to have inclusion on environmental issues. So they've allowed, in the past, the Métis organization in Dawson Creek to supply some environmentalists to each of these projects to ensure that our environment is looked after and properly protected. So we would be looking at doing that provincially wide if we can, once we get our foot in the door, working with these oil companies and having a voice at that level. So that would be one of the main issues that we'd be dealing with, is to making sure that we have Métis people on the ground looking after our environmental issues on all these projects. So that is a big step we'd like to take moving forward, and I'd like to take my hats off to NEMA for opening that door on behalf of Métis Nation of BC. So we'll be looking at expanding that project.
Thank you very much. Recognize the speaker at the microphone to my left.
Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I'll echo what everyone else has said. Thank you for your work and sacrifice that you do on behalf of our nation. This question is actually an operational one, so I'll direct it to CEO Trudeau. There's been so much growth, and it's hard to keep track of everybody. And I wonder if, because I would assume that this probably exists already internally, is it possible to get a living and fluid flow chart on the website so that I'm not always bothering people that I happen to know that are, that are in positions, like I shouldn't be going to a director to say which staff person do I talk to, but everybody moves around so much. It would be great just to know exactly who. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is, just as we're developing out our new website, this is absolutely a conversation that we've been working on building out our internal organizational structure for a little while now, and because of the growth, we've been putting that together. But truly, it's so critical that we have different program coordinators that are dealing with different programs, and to just, we have a wonderful senior director, senior leadership team. However, we have incredible staff at all levels that are working on different programs. So it's so critical that we have that information available so that all of you know who to connect with directly. So that is absolutely top of mind, and I will absolutely work on getting a living, breathing organizational chart on there so that everyone knows who your contacts are within all of our ministries. So thank you for that, and absolutely we're working on that.
Thank you. Next turn to President Ibbotson.
Marcy, Tanashikiawao, Alex Dishney-Koshin. Thank you to the board and all your hard work. This question is kind of related to the question about the charter agreement for charter communities. And I'm curious, we have all these relationships with institutions within our chartered communities, MOUs, letters of understanding, and in many cases, the charter community is completely unaware of a lot of these agreements. And what it does to our charter communities is it kind of makes us look like tourists coming in, bumping around, not knowing what's going on. So I'm wondering if there might be a mechanism, and we hear a lot of dialogue about working together in partnership between MNBC and our charter communities. And I know there are conflicts that we have to resolve, so there is challenges to overcome, definitely. But in the event that we do have a good understanding and a good agreement and a positive chartered agreement between charter communities and the board, MNBC, are we able to write into our documentation and policy that it's required to include charter communities in those MOUs so that we know what the agreements are with institutions in our communities, and that we can ensure that our citizens are receiving the services that they're entitled to with those agreements? Marcy.
So thank you so much for your question. So with the creation of our Ministry of Digital Government, we're looking at a number of ways to where we can house our data. And to be honest, we haven't always been really wonderful at the way that we've archived things. So we are moving in a really good direction of looking at our digital government processes. How do we look at data governance within MNBC? How do we house that information? How do we make it available? So we are implementing a software called Laserfish. We're piloting it with our STEPS ministry, and we'll be branching out to our other ministries. But I truly see it as a repository for these types of documents that we can make them available. And ultimately, with consultation, we need to be celebrating the different agreements, MOUs, LOUs that we have in place. And so ultimately, my goal will be to make sure that that type of information is readily available on our website for all to see. So stay tuned.
Thank you. I am going to turn it to, and just before I have you speak, I did say it was going to be 15 minutes. We are 11 minutes over that. I did cut it off after when you were standing. So Mr. Pope, and I'm sorry, I know you spoke first. This is going to be our last question, and then we do need to move on to the actual business of this. So, the chair recognizes the speaker at the microphone to my left.
Merci. Way too tall for me. Lydia Ann McTonnell, I'm the Nicola Valley and District Kinikinit leader. I actually have two questions to two ministers. For over 4 years or longer, I've been waiting with great anticipation for LMO, Métis Children and Family from Kamloops, to get delegated to Merritt. They currently have a family support worker, but still, my understanding from Colleen Lucier, who is an amazing woman who has moved so much forward in Kamloops, like I'm just, wow. I'd like to know if that's any closer. And so I'm asking that of Board Member Fisher. The other thing that I'd like to ask, and probably from, sorry, I'm trying to remember your last names, Board Member D. Jager. When Merritt flooded out, one of my first calls was from a company from, they're in Saskatchewan and Alberta. They build highways, they build houses, they do all kinds of things. And they wanted to, and they are, and they have moved to BC. They wanted to know, what can we do? How can we get out there and help all of you? And they wanted to sign an LOU, MOU, whatever it was, with Nicola Valley District Métis, which would help my community, as well as MNBC. I was sitting in a hotel room with 6 children, 4 of them special needs. I went and sat in the stairway to call MNBC and say, how can we get them out here? They're willing to come and help. What can we do? The gentleman I spoke to, as soon as I said that they were willing to sign an MOU, said, oh, sorry, not interested. End of conversation. I did email some people, never really got concrete answers back. One was that MNBC could only partner with so many and endorse them out there in the community, and I never understood that. And again, I don't have great degrees of any kind. I just understood it would help Métis people. Minister Minot, he's built great companies up in the north, and he works with many. And I'm sure he's never told, oh, we can't endorse them because. Now, I was fortunate in that the City of Merritt is very excited to do an MOU with Nicola Valley and District Métis. They're including us with the 5 bands. And I'm just honored and humbled that they're doing that. They took my calls. The CEO took my calls. They did put this company on their list. They gave them their private, I guess you bid on, but they gave them the private ones that they would, so they would know it was them. If the City of Merritt could do that, I don't understand why MNBC could not do that. But I want to end by saying I hold my hands up to all of you. I'm really just so excited, and you signed a wonderful agreement just now, and that makes me really emotional because it means that path is really beginning. But I would like to see it happen for LMO. And I would like us to welcome more Métis, whether they're from Saskatchewan or they're from Alberta. We brought their leaders to speak to us. Why would we not say, please, come join us. Let's have more construction work or whatever it was. Marcy.
Colleen's gonna.
I just want to start by saying thank you to Betty Ann. So Merritt's my community, so we're always at the cafe with some bannock and coffee. So I talk to her a lot, and I couldn't agree more that as far as we're talking about having more Métis children and family service providers, but expanding the existing providers is a big part of the plan. And LMO has been struggling for years to expand into Merritt. They have a small office, but we can't get the delegation there. And Betty Ann is so humble because her efforts are like exponential in all of this work. So my hat goes off to her like incredibly. I mean, from rescuing everybody when the floods happened and many things. But with the delegation piece, so I'm heading to Saskatchewan for national meetings on children and family. These conversations are happening. We are going after the feds and going after MCSD for funding to expand all Métis children and family service providers and to establish new ones. It's going to take a lot of work, but we have a plan and we'll get there. But I so agree with Betty Ann when we see families in need, and she is the leader of that chartered community there, and I will commit to doing whatever I can to change that. But it's part of the plan, and I have to go to Saskatchewan to do the work, but next time they better come to BC.
Thanks for that, Betty Ann. Yes, I do remember that exactly, and we were in the middle of a crisis in your community in particular. I do appreciate that, and I did appreciate the call and did pass it on. During an emergency, our emergency committee got together. That's all of the board members. We did what we could with what we had at the time. But as far as telling the provincial government, to hire Métis companies, and, this one's ready to work right now, it's a little more difficult for us to do that without direct award, and we want that, and Walter's actually brought that up, and we're fighting. That's one of the things we want to fight with, but yes, you're absolutely right. If companies are ready to go, and they are Métis companies, and they're there, and they're willing to do the work, they should, the government should have a procurement list and go and be able to do that. We don't have that agreement with the provincial government. It's one of those things that we're fighting for. We're not, the Surrey Hospital is one. Yes, they are going to have Indigenous businesses, but Indigenous means First Nations. It doesn't include Métis. So that is one of the things in UNDRIP that we are fighting for. You're absolutely right. I apologize we can't move any faster on that, but those joint ventures that we go into take a little bit of time and are pretty difficult to do in the middle of an emergency. But well and duly noted. So my apologies, and we're going to make it better.
It wasn't just the emergency. We saw a directory of Métis businesses. I didn't hear an offer to put them even in that directory so that they could have been called. They have, and again, I don't understand it all. I know Walter does and you do. There is a list that is already approved by the government that they can award contracts to for highways, etc. They're already on that list. But they could have been at least offered to be on the directory so that I felt like we were being heard. That's all that would have, that little tiny bit. And I did say, can't we just help them advertise something? Something to know they're welcome. I got nowhere. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it.
I'm sorry to jump. Maybe I'll, Minister Gladue?
I'd like to, yeah. I'd like to just comment on, can you hear me? Yeah, good. I'd like to just comment on that. As you know, Betty, I'm also a business owner. I have a resource management company. We've grown tremendously. But in order for us to get a direct awarded contract, it had to be 51% First Nations owned. And what I did was, so what we did is we recruited, we do have a First Nations on my business, and he owns 51%, I own a certain percentage in the other, but that's how we got into the direct board contract. Métis, we are not even recognized there. So I personally experienced that racism, and I called it that. So we are, and that's what we're fighting for now as this board. That's the real challenge we have. We want to see our Métis people get jobs, but that's how I got around that as a businessman. So that'll explain it that I'm in the trenches with that, and that's, so here I am with Resource Management Company, 51% owned in First Nations. We got direct boarded now. So just that'll give you a heads up of the challenges we have with business. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are going to end it there. We're 21 minutes over the 15 minutes we allotted. I have been keeping track. It'll be 22 minutes and 7 seconds. A comment or a question? Okay.
I have no questions.
Okay. I would love to. We haven't even gotten to any of our motions or resolutions that we need to get done, and we're going to be running out of time. We have to be out of here at 4:30 today so that they can set up. We are running quite a ways behind right now. I apologize,
okay.
Mr. Pope, but unfortunately we have to.
All right, I know the board. I can catch
We can
you.
take questions
Thanks.
privately, yeah.
So, yeah, of course, yes.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to have the board step down. Thank you very much for answering the questions.
David?
Oh, welcome. Can I just step down from the podium here?
Dave?
And we are going to be moving on to the motion that was scheduled for before the break, the location of 2023 annual general meeting. And I have been looking. We are at quorum.
We just swore her in. Our youth, and I just give them a quick round of applause.
At the banquet, that would be a great time to do it. All right, so we are on, excuse me, we are moving on to the motion regarding the location of the 2023 annual general meeting. Oh, there we go. It's on now. Thank you. So we are moving on to the motion regarding the location of the 2023 annual general meeting. I will open it to anyone bringing such a motion. Who's bringing the motion? So we will see if someone's bringing a motion for the proposed location and date of next year's AGM. I see a speaker here, the microphone to my left, and I recognize this.
Oh, thank you. Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director, Troy River. Dean Gladue was actually going to make this motion, but he's stepping out of the room right now. He's coming up to the mic. Okay. So I'll let him make the motion. I will second it.
Sure. Chair recognizes speaker to my right.
Just before I go there, I was a little late because we were swearing in the new youth rep for our region. Jamie, I'd just like to acknowledge her. And we were meeting with the Senate upstairs and it just conflicted here, so I apologize. But yeah, but we got to acknowledge our youth. They got to feel like a part of our nation. Okay, there's a million things happening. We're making a motion for.
Yeah, so it's the motion for the location and date of the 2023 annual general meeting.
I'd like to make a motion that we have it in Kamloops. And I don't know the date, Christmas maybe? December 25th, sound good?
Go ahead.
Sorry, the resolution which should be put on the screen, and I do apologize, the resolution that our AV team might have might say Penticton, but seeing as it's been proposed to Kamloops, we can amend that as a motion. But the dates for the 2023 AGM would be September 22nd to 24th, 2023 as part of the proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Motion.
Thank you. So we have a seconder here on the side. So I will open it to a short discussion, if any. I'm not seeing anyone. I did hear someone in the audience. Sorry?
Sorry, point of information, Mr. Pope, if you're speaking, could you please come to a microphone so people
Online
virtually
can
can
hear
hear
as well.
you? Thank you.
So the chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
All right, Dan Pope, Region 7, and I would suggest, as I've said back at the Marriott and Hilton and such, all three facilities are together. For those that love to shop, it's this kitty corner from the mall, and we had great success when we had them there before. Those of us that are on the board before, everything worked well. There's any number of restaurants within the three facilities or in the surrounding area.
And when
Thank you.
Thank you. When you're pointing, are you referring to Richmond here? Or you mentioned the facilities, but not the location or the city?
Location there, where the three hotels are, the Marriott, Hilton.
In which city?
In Richmond here,
Thank
yes.
you. Okay, thank you.
We all know what the past board does.
Thank you, I appreciate the comments. We do have this motion that's already on the table with regards to Kamloops. So we'll discuss that. If it fails, then we might entertain a further motion for an alternate location, but I appreciate the comments. Ms. Hooper?
Yeah, Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director. There was a motion, and it was passed a couple of years ago, and I can't remember the date or anything like that, the AGMs alternate. So there would be, this one here is now in the Lower Mainland. The next year would be out in the community more. We have had them in Prince George, 2019. We had Dawson Creek, 2017. And due to COVID, et cetera, things did change. So this year we're having it in the Lower Mainland, and following the resolution that was passed several years ago, it would go out to community. So the following year it will be in 2024 will be in the Lower Mainland again.
Okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
Sure, Lisa Smith, Métis citizen, a member of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I support the motion to have it in Kamloops, BC. As we all know, this year we were supposed to be in Region 3 in Kelowna, and however that didn't work out. Our staff have looked into accommodations and holding it in Kelowna, and it wasn't feasible for us to do so. So we had to look at an alternate community in Region 3. So, and I support what Minister Hooper has said as well. So I'm supporting the motion for Kamloops, BC for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I was speaker to my left.
Oh,
yes.
I also support this motion to have it in Kamloops next year. I believe we were supposed to have it this year there, and because of the circumstances that arose, they missed out on the opportunity to have it in their region, so it'd be great to have it there. But I also like to make an amendment on the date. I think we're setting it for the third week in September. And if we can move that back 1 week would be great, because Parliament's in session, comes right into session about this time. And it's hard for our board, our president, and our board of directors to be able to hopefully be able to be included in those parliamentary sessions in one way or another on behalf of our province here in BC. So if we can try to adjust those dates so it makes our leadership available for the parliamentary when they get back into session.
Sorry, a point of clarification from the last speaker. You were suggesting that the dates be moved a week earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a quick check in the calendar would make those dates that Vice President Minot is proposing to be September 15th to the 17th.
Thank you. And the mover, I'll turn to the mover and seconder if that was agreeable by consent. Minister Gladue, is there consent to that proposed change to the week before? And I'm seeing nodding his head, and I'm seeing Ms. Hooper. So that'll be the amendment or the motion. It's Kamloops for September 15th through 17, 2023. And at this point, the chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
Hello? Don Carson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I follow Ms. Director Hooper's comments that every second year was to be deemed to be in the interior. And I bring to the attention that there only seems to be about 150 people in this room in Vancouver. And when we've had the meetings in the interior, there's been 200 and 300. It's a pricey thing for a lot of interior Métis to come down here. Even though you think it's a holiday, it's a pricey thing to leave your families and come down to the coast every year. I remember having discussions with the harvester group. You're cutting into my elk hunting. You're cutting into my deer hunting. So if it's in the interior, I can probably hunt a little bit around the edges. But so I do support the interior move, and in September and early, late, I guess we just have to live with the dates. Thank you.
Thank you.
She allowed me to go ahead of her about the amendment. Something came to my attention, and again, on the Métis Way, if we extended another week, the reason why we did that originally, historically, it allows, because everybody, that's when our hunting season starts. And then we are going to neglect some of our hunters coming now. And I think it's more important that we have as many of our citizens here more than ever, and especially the harvester crew and the captain of the hunt, because that is usually, that was the original intent why we had it the third week in September. So I'm going to take back and retract my, and we go back to the original dates. I'd like to. So if there's I'm going to retract my dates because I think it's serious.
That would be my suggestion.
Vote on this and then
Vote. No.
Sorry, just give us a moment here. Just before we, perhaps I'll have the next speaker, because it may potentially shed light on the question, and what we're going to propose is that we have a straight up and down vote on the dates, the two dates, and then once we have that date selected, or the set of dates, then we'll vote on the motion as a whole with the location. So I'll have recognize the speaker to my right, and then looks like we'll vote on just the dates. So yes.
Karen Nigau, Deshnukashin, Golden Nototan. I'm Vice President, Métis Nation, Columbia River. I was going to call the question, and so I shall wait until this next goes.
Sure, thank you. So we're just doing what we need to do to make the vote available. So have your voting devices ready in a moment. So this is what we're going to, the proposal will be to just set out the two sets of dates. That would be 15 through 17 of 2023 and 22 through 24 of 2023. So that difference of that 1 week.
We're just preparing the text of the proposed amendment to be sent to the online and in-room counters. For in-room, what we're going to do is the dates for September 15th to 17th, 2023, please press 1. And if you want the dates September 22nd to 24th, 2023, you press 2. And then for the people who are online, the dates are going to be displayed, and please pick one or the other. Once the vote is displayed on the screens, I believe that the in-room voting will be then live. Yep. Yeah, we did.
It's not on the screen yet. It's not open yet. It better not be working. Yeah, so we've sent the text. We're just waiting for it to be displayed and for open for the in-room voting. While we're waiting for this, I did just want to note that just before lunch, and we didn't have the opportunity after lunch, to note that MP John Aldag, the Member of Parliament for Cloverdale Langley City, was sitting here with us for a bit. I don't see him right now, but I'm glad that he was able to attend for a portion of our general meeting in person, and I wanted to mention that so that the rest, the group was aware that he was present.
Okay, we have the thumbs up from the crew. If we could have it displayed, thank you very much. So, September 15, 17, 2023, please press 1. September 22nd to 24th, 2023, press 2.
So B has the year is in error, but it's the specific dates, the 15 to 17 and 22 to 24 that we're voting on at this stage of 2023. So please enter your votes. Yes, it will be for the dates of 2023, both of them. I see there's the error.
And I know, I saw it. I'm just going to open. This open. I take it that everyone in the room has made their selection? Okay, then if I could get the in-room results and also the online results, I will calculate them right now.
That 3% that abstained in here, I don't think they're going to be mentioning who they were.
For the in-person tally, may I have the actual vote count, please? A percentage does not help me. No, how many voted for one and how many voted for the other? I need to know how many voted for one option or the other to calculate that. So what do we have online? Okay, so how many? 8 for 22 to 24. Okay. 16. Okay.
And everyone gets to see.
Yeah. It's still a percentage.
So 2016 and
16 to 8. I don't think this would be a valid appeal. No. I don't think legislative machinations can be appealed that way. Sorry? Well, once we get this motion to results. John. 44 to 45. He's texting.
40, okay. Okay, just for clarity's sake, that those numbers that were given to me are the final confirmed numbers from you? Thank you. So, for the first option of September 15th to 17th, 2023, we had 44 votes in the room. And the second option, September 22 to 24th, 2023, we had 45 votes in the room. Online, we had 16 votes for September 15th to 17th, and we had 8 votes for September 22 to 24th. So the total votes were for September 15th to 17th were 60, and for September 22 to 24th was 53.
Thank you. So the motion then before the floor is to accept Kamloops, September, let me make sure I get this right, in the right year, 15 through 17 of 2023. And that's the motion. I know Vice President Nagao and yes, Chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
Sorry, this is scary and kind of new to me. I don't know if how this works exactly or if you can redo votes, but I did want to bring to attention, I'm a student here, and I think there are other students and other families that have kids that go to school. And school usually starts in the first week of September or going into the second week, depending on the school. Now, if you do an AGM on the second weekend of September, then that can kind of be stressful for families. People might not choose to attend because it is they're not back in the process of school, right? They might need to bring their kid to Staples and get products. Whereas if it's in the third week, I think people are more settled. So I don't know if, because it's so close, I just wanted to bring that up because I think that you will probably get a higher attendance rating in the third week.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think that's very helpful. I think that's the realities of our peoples and all the competing interests. And times we've got, the political interests that Dean mentioned at the beginning. We've got our hunters that we raised, and our students and families. We are certainly a people that there's competing interests and competing times for our time and our efforts, and so picking a time is always a difficult thing to do. But I'll turn and recognize the speaker to my right.
Thank you, Karen Nagaudish-Nikashin, Vice President, Métis Nation, Columbia River. Thank you for your comments. It's nice to hear the youth up here. I am a teacher, and so I do understand that. And so for convenience, earlier is, or later is better. However, I very much respect and honor the hunters, and I think that that would take precedent over my inconvenience, and I may join them soon. But I would like to call the question.
Thank you. So I'm going to look for unanimous consent on this to the agreement of Kamloops for the date of September 15 through 17, 2023 as the location for the 2023 MNBC Annual General Meeting. So I'm going to ask for anyone online at this time to raise your hand if you're opposed, and then we will go to an actual vote. Or anyone in the room, please raise your hand with your voting card so I can make sure that it's the right card or the right lanyard, and then we would go to a vote. Otherwise, if we have unanimous consent, I see someone coming to the microphone.
Yeah, sorry. He said he didn't know the right words for it, and okay, considering, but he just asked to reconsider something that had already been disposed of, so.
No, the vote already happened, and so I appreciated his comments, but it's...
And he asked for it to be reconsidered.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Okay.
That's a tough one. Let's bring in Ellie.
What I'm going to do, we may refer to our parliamentarian, but I'll also maybe ask the young gentleman who had come up and to confirm his intention, because he advised that this was new for him, and if that was his intention to reconsider, versus maybe using the wording that he wasn't familiar with and what that meant. So what I'm going to ask, if your intention when you came up after the vote had happened, if you're asking to reconsider and to re-vote those dates. And so I'll turn to the gentleman just so we can confirm.
Sure, yeah, I apologize. I'm very new to like how things work, but that was what I was trying to say, yeah.
All right. All right, thank you for the confirmation.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, for posterity, sir, if you could come back to the microphone and please state your name if you are indeed making a motion to reconsider.
Yes, my name is Jaden Rogers. I'm from Region 6 in Terrace, BC.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes, I'm also the youth representative for Region 6. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So such a motion requires a second. So do a motion to reconsider, and perhaps just so we can record it, if you can, your name and where you're from.
Annie McVeigh, Nicola Valley, just District Métis, seconding.
Thank you. So we now have a motion to reconsider. Just a moment.
It is debatable.
So if there's anyone wanting to speak to this, the motion to reconsider, it is open to the floor, and I will turn to the speaker to my right.
Yeah, Gary Bigger, Métis citizen. Yeah, I'm in favor of this motion to reconsider the last vote for the reasons the youth, they're going to school. Early season, the guys, they're just starting hunting too with the elders. Those are the dates and the weekends their elders can take them out hunting. So if we're at the AGM, the youth are going to be cut out on that too, plus the elders. So that's always been a big time for people to get out harvesting because you're out, the first guys out there. So that's a big issue. We've had this argument every year for 20 years, and that's why we've stuck to that later date finally. So to do this, I would see a lot of people not being able to make it. And again, it would cut out the youth from their learning how to feed their families.
Could I
Thank
just
you.
make a very quick point?
Just before I get to Mr. Carlson, and just Mr. Beaker is going to make a comment, and then we'll get to you.
One thing I would like to remind the Assembly of is that the Constitution mandates that the AGM be held in September. So there are only so many weekends that we can consider. If this is not only a conflict that we're hearing right now, but this is an ongoing conflict that we hear at every Assembly, perhaps, hopefully at the next MNGA, we could see a constitutional amendment that removes the requirement to be held in September, and there might be a better month to hold it. Personally, I'm available every month, because you pay me to be here. I will be available wherever you want me.
Thank you. Thank you, and I think that's good context to keep in mind, and I appreciate the last speaker's comments and the debate that's always happened, but I'll recognize the speaker to my right.
Okay, Mark Carlson, Chair BC Manor. I'd just like to say, I think we should not have it in September at all, but maybe August or October, because September is the best hunting time. I should be in the Flathead right now, but that's my opinion anyway.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking to the motion to reconsider? Yes.
Steve Morrison, Métis citizen, and I'm from Region 1. I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. So just a moment, and just so we can get the proper wording up. Just the exact same question. Oh, to reconsider. All right, so it's a bit of technical and the steps we need to go through. So this vote is whether to reconsider. So this is the vote to decide whether we take another vote or a re-vote. So this is not the vote to split between the two, or choose between the two available dates. This is to go back and whether or not we're going to vote again on that issue. So this is by majority. So if you're in favor of revisiting the vote, you'll be voting in favor. If you prefer to leave it as is and move on, you are opposed. And of course, you can abstain from that vote as well. So once we get that wording out, and then we'll get it up, we'll let you know when it's available. So don't start pressing buttons yet. We'll let you know here in a second. So Walter, we've had question called.
Yeah, I know.
So no more discussion or debate on this issue?
Yeah, well, it's not really a debate. I was just going to let everybody know that I was going to get up and say something before the question was called.
Oh.
But I would retract that date that I was discussing, because I believe our youth and our hunters are a little bit more important than our parliamentary team, and bringing in our local MNPs and all that into our meetings. So I would actually support the youth movement on this date.
All right, thank you. We have had question. We're just waiting to get the wording up.
When you see the votes, make sure that's in that order. Okay. You do fine. It's the same issue. We don't want to have it, all of a sudden abstain becomes more, right? Oh.
Do either of you guys know when we need to be out of this room? Because looking at the agenda, it's a 4 o'clock end. I was assuming at 4:30.
I believe it's 4:30. Because they gotta set up for the banquet.
Yeah. But like, I mean, if we end at 4:30 is okay, or if it's like, it has to be clear by 4:30?
It says what? The one, the updated one is 4.
Yeah, but I mean, if we
Can
could.
we ask Nick? Why don't we ask Nick? Yeah, what's the drop dead time?
I asked John earlier, he said hard stop at 4:30.
Huh?
I asked John earlier, he said hard stop at 4:30.
What does that mean? Like, we end and have to leave, or we have to be cleared already by then?
I think 5.
Oh, okay, so.
Okay, so the vote is open in the room. So if you are in favor of reconsidering the previous vote, press 1. If you're opposed, press 2, and press 3 for abstentions.
It's already online?
Yes, and it's already been put out online. Yeah.
By 5, but leave at 4:30.
Yeah, but they really wanted us out at 4 because we blocked the car out, so maybe that's the difference.
4:15.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think where we can gain some time.
I don't know, do you have a time traveling DeLorean?
I couldn't get up to 88 miles an hour anyways.
All right, so hopefully the votes are coming in. Make sure you vote if you haven't yet. We're gonna close that here.
Let's calculate online. Okay, yep.
To reconsider.
12.
Okay.
4, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
12 in favor.
Sorry, 8 opposed?
Yeah. 8 opposed. 12 in favor.
Yeah.
4 abstain.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and close the voting in the room. Yeah.
Oh, you guys got the read up?
The guy who's running the voting system is just not as familiar as the guy yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's a way that you can have the projection actually do raw numbers, but he just doesn't know how to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So. Okay, we have the results. So in the room. So in the room, the motion to reconsider the previous vote, we have 77 votes in favor, 18 opposed, and 6 abstentions. Online, we had 12 in favor, 9 opposed, and 4 abstentions. So the final vote tally to reconsider the vote was 89 in favor, 27 opposed, and 10 abstentions.
Yes, thank you. So that means then, sorry, we are, so what we're at is the reconsidering, so we're back with the 2 dates. Now, the first date, Minister Minot, or Vice President, sorry, Vice President Minot, I'm not sure if you're wishing to withdraw those dates?
Yes, I'll retract those dates.
Thank you.
No, we did have a second on those dates.
Was it Gladier?
Yeah, but if he wants to withdraw, we can withdraw it.
Okay, we don't need a second.
We don't need a second for it, so now we can try to see.
All right, thank you. So what we have now then, and with the withdrawal of those alternate dates, we have a single motion with the option of September 22nd through 24, 2023 in Kamloops for the next AGM. I'm going to ask if we have unanimous consent. So again, if you are wishing to take this to a vote because you have an issue, please raise your hand in the room, or online. You can use the raise hand function. I'll do this about 10 seconds to see if we have an objection. I know there's sometimes a bit of a delay online, so we'll just make sure that we give them the opportunity to demonstrate any objection. Not seeing any yet. Yeah. All right, I'm calling it there. That motion passes with unanimous consent. Next AGM will be in Kamloops on September 22nd through 24th, 2023. It is just short of 3 o'clock for our scheduled health break. I'm going to say we're going to have 15 minutes. It's going to be a hard 15 minutes. And we're going to start with, as soon as we have 36 in the room, with resolution number 1. So please get back here for that time. 3:15.
Paging Brent Weberg. Mr. Weberg. Brent.
All right, it is 3:15 and 5 seconds according to my watch. We are going to start. We have, I believe it's around 22 at least at the last count online. I've counted at least 25 yellow lanyards in the room. We do have quorum. And so we are going to move on to our first resolution. For those following along in your books and at home, the first resolution is set out at page 85 of the kit. So I will be turning it over to Brent to my left here, who will be reading through the resolution. And so we will start with that, and hopefully we'll get it on the screen as well. But for those you have it in your books at page 85. So I'll turn it over to Brent.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading Resolution 1, Revocation of MNB Citizenship Due to Ineligibility. Whereas A, it is essential to the integrity of the MNBC registry that all citizens meet the criteria for registration. B, it is good practice to review citizenship files to ensure that no factual errors, omissions, or a change in eligibility after acceptance has occurred by seeking status under the Indian Act. C, the registrar must have all the tools necessary to maintain the MNBC registry in good order. Be it resolved that the MNBC Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Strike the current Article 2.6 and replace with, quote, appeal, or, quote, appeals means a written document submitted by an applicant who has been rejected entry in the Métis Nation British Columbia Central Registry, a Métis Nation British Columbia citizen who is objecting to the registration of any applicant to the Métis Nation British Columbia Central Registry, or a person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6 of this Act. Insert the following after Article 2.31. Quote, under review means a previously registered citizen whose citizenship is currently being reviewed by the registrar following an audit or review of the central registry. Insert the following at the end of Article 5. Article 6, removal from the registry due to ineligibility. 6.1, if due to information found during an audit or review, a person on the central registry is found to be ineligible for Métis citizenship, A, the registrar will notify the person in writing that their Métis citizenship is under review and provide the reason or reasons for ineligibility, and, if relevant, the supporting documentation required to restore citizenship status. B, supporting documentation requested to restore citizenship status must be provided within 60 days of the review notice being sent by the registrar. This timeframe can be extended by request of the citizen by a further 90 days. I, extension requests are granted solely at the discretion of the registrar. 6.2, if the registrar has received supporting documentation to their satisfaction that the person is eligible for Métis citizenship, the review status of their citizenship will be immediately removed. 6.3, if the registrar has not received any further supporting documentation or the supporting documentation is insufficient to objectively verify and meet the criteria for Métis citizenship, the citizenship of the person will be revoked and the person will be notified of this revocation in writing. 6.4, a person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6 may appeal the registrar's decision to the Senate within 60 days of the date removal notice is sent by the registrar. The Senate's decision on this appeal will be final and binding. 6.5, a person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6 may reapply for registration upon following the procedure for registration as a Métis citizen as set out in this Act. 6.6, a person who is placed under review by the registrar is not eligible to apply for any further supports, programs, or funding through MNBC until their citizenship has been reaffirmed. A person currently receiving supports will continue to receive them for at least 60 days following the notice sent by the registrar. This timeframe can be extended by request of the person under review by a further 60 days. I, extension requests are granted at the discretion of the responsible program director. A negative decision can be appealed within 30 days to the MNBC board, who can overturn the decision by a majority vote. Renumber subsequent articles in the Citizenship Act as needed.
Thank you, Brent. So I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder on this resolution. Chair recognizes the speaker to my left.
Hello. Oh, first time.
First time.
First time. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I move this motion.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yes, sorry, my apologies. I recognize the speaker to my left. Thank you.
Jesse Gervais, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I second.
Thank you. This resolution is now before the Assembly, and I will recognize the speaker to my right.
Karen Nagaudish-Nikashin. I am from Métis Nation, Columbia River in Golden, and Vice President. I agree with the intention of these amendments. However, I do have some concern about the wording and its opportunity to leave unsubstantiated finger pointing open to a member that is a citizen at the moment. So we've already historically witnessed malicious finger pointing or accusation of a member not being a true Métis, and certainly our president could understand that. Currently the wording states that a complaint is just to be given in writing, but it doesn't specify any reasonableness that must be accompanied with the letter. And so my concern is that left as is, anyone could go and in writing just say, hey, I don't think that so-and-so is a Métis member or able to be a Métis member, and immediately it sounds as though they will be under audit and under review, and my concern is that immediately they won't be able to apply for services under MNBC. I think it's just a bit of an oversight and needs to be addressed with even the wording of substantial, reasonable grounds is pretty weak wording. It's not even in there, but even if that were in there, at least it would mean that when the office receives a complaint, that they would have to actually evaluate it a wee bit before suddenly cutting someone off. And I realize that cutting someone off is a little bit beyond the wording as well, but thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just going to look if we have anyone online. Any hands up? We will try to alternate. I'm not seeing any hands, so then I will look to the speaker coming up to the mic at my left.
Hi, Anya McVeigh, Nicola Valley Métis. Few points. In the appeals section, this is just a silly grammatical bit, but because it's a list, and it comes after a colon, those need to be semicolons to make it a list that reads properly. For the point of 61A, that the registrar will notify the person in writing, I think it requires clarification as to what in writing means. Is it going to be registered mail, just regular mail and email? Because registered mail, great, because you know that the person got it. Regular mail, who knows? An email, maybe that got redirected, and it's easy to say you didn't get it. So if it says that it's registered mail, then we know you got it. And then, you know, it's easy to say that, okay, this process is happening. Also, 6.4 is, and 6.5, they go against each other as written. Because if the Senate's decision on this appeal is final and binding, then how can you reapply? There needs to be a however in there. Because if a decision is final and binding, that's it. So you can't, as written, there would be no option to reapply. So.
I'm not sure if we have I think it was submitted by the board, and we can ask one of the movers, Mr. Harriet, but I think citizenship would be revoked, but I think it allows for reapplying to be a citizen, so it would be technically a separate process. That's how I would see it, but I might direct or request the mover if he can comment on that. Certainly. So if you look at the question as I understood it, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, 6.4 and 6.5 may be at odds insofar as if citizenship has been revoked through Article 6, the individual may appeal that decision to the Senate, and the Senate decision is final and binding. So I think the word final and binding, but Section 6.5 then allows the individual whose citizenship was revoked to reapply for citizenship. And I think there's a concern whether or not that's at odds or are those different circumstances. So perhaps I'll ask you if you are able to speak to that.
Hello. Yes, so there are two separate processes. One would be you can take the decision to the Senate, and then it would be final and binding. And if it was in the case that they found that there was ineligibility, basically their citizenship file would be closed. And then if they had new documentation, if they were able to bring other things to the table that were missing, then absolutely we would welcome them to start the process and be verified and be a citizen with the new documentation.
All right, thank you. And does that... My understanding was that so for example, someone is found ineligible, and there could be a number of reasons that are set out here, but let's say there's, as Mr. Harriet was saying, maybe lack of certain documentation, and that maybe there was an appeal of that determination. The Senate, for example, sides with the registrar, and that decision is final and binding, so they're revoked. However, maybe in a month, 2 months, a year, sorry? No, what I mean is another situation that someone in, let's say, a year or some other time now has the documentation that had been, someone has the documentation that, but for that documentation, they wouldn't be eligible. Maybe 2 years down the line, they've now obtained certain documentation that with that documentation, they would be eligible. So it's now a new process. So now you're applying under, as if starting anew, and then would proceed through the Citizenship Act. That's how I understood Mr. Harriet to advise.
May reapply.
Yes, but it still requires the term however there, even though they're two separate processes.
A person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6 may reapply for registration upon following the procedure for registration as a Métis citizen.
What I'm going to suggest what I'm going to suggest is if there's a suggested amendment as opposed to discussions, that might be of assistance. So otherwise, if that's, I believe it's McBain. So are you suggesting an amendment?
Yes, I'm suggesting an amendment.
Okay. And so what would be, where and how would you want to include
that just after the Senate's decision on this appeal will be final and binding. However, a person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6.
So to do
It's
that,
just
would
adding
you
the word
suggest-
however.
Would you suggest then, and I'm offering a suggestion here, kind of amalgamating 6.4 and 6.5 and using that connector however into one 6.4? I'm just trying to, because they're two separate sub-articles, and so I'm
Yes,
just.
but that's not required to connect them into one article. They can remain apart even with the use of however.
So at which part are you saying, are you suggesting?
Just put however in 6.4, and it'll connect the two, and then just move on with 6.5. It's perfectly allowable.
No, what I'm just trying to, like, and we only have 6.3 to 6.4 there, so if we could have that moved so we can see all of 6.4 and 6.5.
You do however,
Thank you.
semicolon. Move on.
So you're suggesting there a comma, however, and then a semicolon?
No, I leave it as
Or
a
new-
period.
Period.
However, semicolon.
Okay. So I'm not sure who's typing that. Thank you. So we'll add that, and what I'll look for is a seconder for that proposed amendment. Make sure, I'll ask you to just introduce yourself so we do record, particularly for movers and seconders.
Hi, Paulette Flamon, and I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, so we are discussing then the amendment with adding that. Now, we do have someone online, so I'll turn to them. I believe it's Mr. Douglas. So we'll have Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Douglas, this is on the amendment of the addition of however. And so we'll just have Mr. Douglas brought up. So where you have binding period, however, colon, or semicolon. And the semicolon there. Yeah, thank you. And so once we bring Mr. Douglas in, so once we're able to get Mr. Douglas into the there we go. Mr. Douglas. Thank you, Mr. Douglas, and I'll keep your name then on my list that were people that were in line for the previous or prior to the amendment. Okay. Do we have anyone else wishing to discuss the amendment? I'm not seeing. And then so what I'll suggest then is I'll see if we have unanimous consent on the amendment. If someone wishes to put this to a vote, or so essentially if you object to having the amendment as in the red, no, sorry, that's not what the amendment, there we go, thank you. So if there's anyone objects to that, please raise your hand using the hand raise function in online or in the room, and just make sure you're holding the yellow lanyard card.
Okay, I am not seeing any objections, so we are going to proceed with unanimous consent to that amendment. Thank you, Ms. McVeigh. So we are back to the original resolution as now amended. And I will turn to the speaker to my right before we go back to Mr. Douglas.
Yeah, Gary Bigger, AG Citizen. 6.4, where it states that you can appeal to the Senate. I think something's missing there. I think there should be something there that states that if a person does take it to the Senate, they will be liable for the costs that companies going to the Senate. A lot of citizens don't realize when you go to the Senate, it's going to cost you. So there should be something there that states that.
Are you proposing an amendment then, Mr. Bigger? Or and this may be information that's included in the Senate Act and their policies and procedures so someone might know.
Yeah, but this is saying go to the Senate, and a lot of people don't look at the Senate Act properly. So when you're reading stuff like that you can go to the Senate and fine and dandy, but they don't realize that there's going to be a cost that they're going to entail with doing that. So it should be somewhere, wherever it says take it to the Senate, that the citizens are going to have to pay something to do that.
Okay, so just a moment, yeah. I'll just have you just stay there for a second, Mr. Bigger, in case we have to tweak some wording and just before having you back and forth, just hang on.
You guys are the wordsmith, not me.
But it has to make sure that it's in alignment with whatever you're actually proposing. I'm not the one making amendments, proposals. Okay. I can't.
I'm happy to type up whatever amendment you might want to propose, Mr. Bigger. I would just like to point out very quickly that this resolution is adding a process where somebody can be removed due to an audit, and it is different from somebody who puts forth a challenge to somebody's citizenship. This is an internal audit. Yeah. So this is somebody who MMBC registry staff could determine you're no longer eligible, right? That person, with the spirit of the Constitution and Citizenship Act, should be able to appeal that decision. But should there necessarily be a cost on that? Because it's different than if you're challenging somebody else's citizenship. This is one where our registry is actually saying you're not eligible. So it's just something to consider if you want to have somebody bear the cost for, something that, they're going along their merry lives and all of a sudden their citizenship is in question because of an internal audit.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay.
But we shouldn't have documents out there saying a citizen could appeal to the Senate where some people would have to pay the Senate, some people wouldn't have to. That's not a proper way of doing business. So that, I'm just saying that somewhere in this document it should state in 6.4 that the applicant may or will have to bear the cost of a Senate appeal. That way everybody knows in all our acts. That's where I'm just coming from. Can I go now?
Almost.
No.
Not yet. Not yet. Well, we've got some other individuals ahead of you, Mr. Harriet.
I just wasn't sure if I could clarify the particular situation about people paying.
As the mover of the, or as
Sure.
which role?
Well, this particular situation, the only time that the Senate asks someone to pay costs is if someone is appealing someone else's citizenship and it's baseless and it ends up being bullying. If you're appealing a decision of the MNBC board or of the registrar and you take it to the Senate as is your right, you will not pay for those proceedings. It's only in that one case.
So could you show me in the Senate Act where it says that?
Yeah.
That the citizen will not pay?
And who decides it's baseless?
Yeah, and who decides who pays and who doesn't? That's my concern.
Give me the citizenship back.
This is, if you take my card away, I'm gonna take it to the Senate, and am I gonna have to pay for that?
Sorry, I'm hearing point of order.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to recognize, and I saw a hand, and I believe it was Vice President. Oh. Through the chair. So what I'll have, maybe Mr. Harriet, if you could recap what you advised.
It was exactly what I said through the microphone, and that is the only time in any documentation in the Senate Act or anywhere that someone may have to bear the costs of a Senate appeal is when one citizen is challenging the citizenship of another citizen and it's found to be baseless and or malicious. If you're challenging it otherwise, you have the right to do that.
So if I may, the Citizenship Act, which we do have all the legislation in your kit, at page 113, 10.5, and this is with regards to, as Mr. Harriet was talking about, the challenges. So this is one citizen bringing a challenge of another citizen's citizenship. 10.5, it does set out that there may be, that the registrar essentially may require the citizen to pay the cost. And as far as I'm aware, and I stand to be corrected, that's the only place that I can think of where it talks about making a person who's appealing to the Senate liable to costs. I do stand to be mistaken. Mr. Speaker?
That's what I understand that, that's what I understand the Citizenship Act to say, but what I also understand what Mr. Bigger is proposing is that similar language be added into the Citizenship Act under this section. And as if on cue, I have some language that I borrowed from 10.5 of the Citizenship Act to add this in for there. So, Mr. Bigger, I direct you to the red part there for the I, which reads, the Senate may determine that the person whose citizenship has been revoked to pay the costs and other charges associated with a failed appeal, which is similar language to Article 10.5 under somebody being challenged. I'm seeing a nod, so I'm glad that my wordsmithing matched your sentiment there.
And this is just to protect the citizens from getting themselves in a big bind.
All right, thank you. So we have an amendment proposed that on there. I'm going to ask if there's, before there's anyone speaking to or against, if there's a seconder for the amended or the amendment proposed by Mr. Bigger. Please come to the microphone and introduce yourself just so we can record that information for the minutes.
Monica Lavoie, Métis Nation Columbia River Society.
Thank you.
Region 4.
Thank you. So I will now, on this, the new amendment, I will open it up. And I do appreciate, and I just want to, before I get to Mr. Harriet, I do appreciate, and I have names on the list for the, I'm presuming the original resolution. So I am trying to keep track of that as well, but feel free if you wish to speak to any of the amendments to get closer so I can tell when it's which one you're speaking to. Mr. Harriet, the speaker to my left.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director, so I'm speaking against this. And so what this is doing is now it's making it possible for the Senate to determine that people that are challenging their citizenship being revoked have to pay to do that when they didn't have to do that previously. I am against this.
Thank you. Sorry, just before I get to you, I'm just going to confirm any hands. All right. Yes, the chair recognizes the speaker to my left.
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I too speak against this. I recognize Mr. Bigger's concerns, and I feel like this is actually the opposite of what his concern was. This means that the Senate can ask citizens to pay for any appeal to have their citizenship appealed against what his concerns were.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the speaker to my right.
Patricia Paulson, Region 6, Women's Representative, VP of Northwest Charter Community. I also agree that this sounds like it's the opposite of what Mr. Bigger had originally stated. As a Métis citizen, I would be quite stressed about having to pay, or that I may have to pay to defend my citizenship. In fact, I understood this originally when it was raised, that if someone were to make a claim against me and it was going to the Senate, they wanted it to go to the Senate, that they would have to pay. Is that what, that's what I understood.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this amendment? I think Mr. Douglas online, I think, has indicated that he's wanting, and if we can call him in. I do have him on the original list, but if he's wishing to speak to this amendment as well, we'll clarify that. So we'll just get Mr. Douglas in again. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment that was brought by Mr. Bigger? I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not seeing online hands. So if I can just have a moment to see how best to deal with this. All right, thank you. So what we'll do is we will vote on whether or not to accept the amendment, the proposed amendment. If we can get that back on the screen, it was there, thank you very much, the writing in red, minus the however, semicolon, that's already passed by a unanimous consent. So it would be that upper part regarding the Senate. So once we have that, if you are in favor of keeping that wording as proposed, you'll vote number 1 or 2, or A, I guess, if you're in the room. If you're opposed to that wording, it'll be 2 or B. And if you abstain, it'll be 3 or C. Don't vote yet. We'll let you know when it's live. There, now it's live. And it'll be similar wording that you should see online. So please enter those votes, and we'll try to do that quickly and proceed, and we'll know whether or not that amendment passes. Okay, I'll give about another 30 seconds. Please make sure you've entered your vote. We've got 20, 21, getting closer. 10 seconds. All right, we will close the voting. And if we can get those results forwarded, please. And thank you very much for putting them in the numbers and not percentage. Love it.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you can see on the screens, in the room there were 14 in favor, there were 77 opposed and 4 abstentions. Online we had 4 in favor, 13 opposed and 5 abstentions for a grand total of 18 in favor, 90 opposed and 9 abstentions. So it fails.
So that amendment fails. We are back to the original resolution as amended previously. Just before I have Ms. Hooper, I will turn back to Brody Douglas if he's still wishing to, because he was at the top of the list on the original resolution. So if we could have Mr. Douglas back. Not online. Okay. So if he wishes to raise his hand again, we will add him back to the list. I next have Ms. Hooper to my left.
So thank you, Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director, Troy River Métis Community. I'm in 150% in favor of this motion. It was put at the MNGA towards the whole MNGA committee in February 9th of this year, and it was unanimously voted on. There was a couple amendments that were made on that resolution, and I think Monica may have put them on. And it was just to change some of the timelines where people could appeal or look into more history, look into more documentation, and get it back into the registry. So I am 150% for this. This will help us with the citizenship lists, especially when we run it through INAC. And this last round we ran it through INAC, and I believe there were 5 citizens that have gotten their First Nation citizenship after they got their MNBC citizenship. So it helps us clean up our Citizenship Act, or Registry Act, and our community list, which we all need to work on, us especially on the registry. So, and if anybody wants me to start leaning on the lights again to give you that cue, let me know.
Give us some nice mood lighting. I appreciate that. I do have someone online. We'll get him. Yeah, we'll get Brody first, then, and then we will have Christine Harper after our next in person. So if we have Mr. Douglas. You're muted, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Well, they really wanted to make sure that microphone was on when you got there.
It's on.
Yes, recognize Mr. Harriet.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Brody. I think this is actually the section, as Minister Hooper alluded to, that was added by the MNGA. So, you know, once this goes to the MNGA, it's no longer a board motion, it is the MNGA's. So I believe, in not being the one that actually amended it to include this, I think, if I remember correctly, the feeling was to be kind and to make sure that no programs were cut off and there was no undue hardship and harm done while people were having their citizenship reviewed. So I think that was the intent behind this, but it wasn't myself that made this amendment at the MNGA.
Thank you for that. I next have our next in-person speaker here to my left. Go ahead.
I'm Lauren Dean, president of the Mikisew Métis Association. There we go. I just had some questions regarding 6.1A. So, quick story. I applied for my citizenship and received it. My sister, full blood, applied for citizenship and required more documentation than I did. So, during an audit or review, which I feel is a little vague, like how does someone become audited or how does someone become reviewed? Is it because they're up for renewing their citizenship card? Is it because their family kinship program has flagged them as potentially needing to be reviewed? Is there any sort of like internal process or policy around that? But following that, which standard is being used for the supporting documents? Because if I have an elder in my community that has been a citizen for a really long time, they were reviewed with today's standards, and they're not able to produce the correct documentation, what will that mean for them and their identity as a citizen of Métis Nation, and what protections are in place for people whose identification documents may or may not have been destroyed in a fire or due to anything else that might have happened to these documents over the years?
So a concerns raised, I'm not sure if anyone, I'm certainly not in a position to be able to comment on that, or if that's a... I will turn it to Director Hodgson.
So I'll do my best to answer this, but be gentle with me, it's day 21. Okay? And the word in terms in front of that senior director thing, but I'm really honored to do this work. And as a citizen and going through the process myself, and I was number 126, so I was pretty jacked about getting my citizenship card, just saying. Pretty passionate about it, still am, so the fact that I'm in the registry, absolutely. So all of the things that the speaker mentioned are applicable. So all the things that she talked about are exactly that. So whether it's the screening that we do through the Indian registry, and as Minister Hooper mentioned, so some comes back and they're identified as being First Nation status. So that consider that an auditing process. So in the other auditing process she spoke about was if you're going through the kinship application. Absolutely. That might trigger an audit of the file that kinship application is connecting to. So that will need again to be objectively verified. So in another audit could be an application for renewal. There's a lot of different ways that and mechanisms that can trigger this audit, but I recognize these processes are maybe not as familiar with everyone, with our citizens and maybe applicants, than they are with the staff in the registry department. And one of the things I've recognized that would maybe help that is that we have some education about that. These are terms that not all of us, including myself, have a full understanding of. We need to learn better about what these processes are in the registry so we understand, for, as you said, what is an audit? It could be many things. So, but if it's recognized that there's not, that something is not objectively verifiable, we need to protect our registry. So we need to act on it. We can't dismiss it or be negligent about it. So we really need, so this is an excellent time to be talking about this, because as we go forward and we all learn about this process together, we can put those processes in place. So, thank you.
Thank you. I next have.
I have a follow-up, if I could.
Yes, in response to your question or the reply.
Thank you. So understanding that, and I do agree that it's very important that our registry process is like beyond reproach, right? I'm just wondering when it comes to people who are going to be potentially losing their identity that they've developed with the Métis Nation. I know that there was a resolution put forward to have people in care given their Métis citizenship if they couldn't prove it, and then at age 25 to have it rescinded essentially because there was no information proving that they were Métis, and that was, I believe, turned down because of the potential harm that could come from that. And I'm just worried that there will be people in our community that will, due to reasons that they can't produce this information. And yes, that according to our standards, that means that they are not eligible, but it's a piece of paper from the 40s that cannot be replicated and cannot be obtained. So does that mean that because they don't have this little piece of paper, but they have all the other life experience and community acceptance, that they are now no longer A, citizens, and B, able to get supports? And if they are elders, they, those some elders are very vulnerable, and that would be very detrimental to our people. So I'm just wondering if we have any provisions in place for those people specifically.
Chair recognizes Director Hodgson.
Thanks. So I would say that, first of all, that we don't, we're not trying to take anybody's Métis identity away. And I've often said that even before I come in this position, understanding a bit about the registry process. It's not, we don't say you're not Métis. We say that we don't have the objectively verifiable evidence, documentation, and it could be stuff from the 40s, and I totally understand the challenge with that. We hear that from people all the time. But it's not having that objectively verifiable documentation that is the mechanism that starts this. So, and I would just say that that's why when the conversation we had a few minutes ago about, appeal being final and binding, and then the question about reapplying, well, absolutely, because the appeal is to the documentation that was provided at that time. So you could find that stuff from 1940s a year later, or when some auntie comes forward, because that happens, and then you go and apply again. And that could be completely approved. So we need all these mechanisms that kind of happen along the way, but we are never going to say you're not Métis, and we're never going to try to take your identity. So when we talk about our elders in the communities, which is a really important point, perhaps in this discussion, we need to think about what that looks like. And we need to also be respectful of our elders that were in a different place when the registry was first started. And if that was a mechanism that happened with one of our elders now, we need a respectful process to go through that with them. So this is a great conversation. We need to think about what that looks like and develop it, and come to the communities and ask them what it would look like in their community. But we still need to have that objectively verifiable process in place. So I'm not an expert at this, but I'm learning lots from all the really dedicated, hardworking staff in the registry. And I'm just a nerd when it comes to reading acts and legislation, so thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you. Sorry, just a moment, just concerned my list. We did have Christine Harper online. And if she's just audio, okay, I think we have by audio. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to point out, just a quick point out here that the wording with the addition of however is grammatically incorrect. If you want to extend
Thank you very much. And I'm going to look over at Ms. McBean. Were you? I know it's already passed that amendment.
Yeah, sure, I can respond to that. Yeah, if this was being written as paragraphs in a whatever, an essay, that would absolutely be correct, but it's not.
Well, what I'm going to say is we don't have a motion to change what we've already amended, so we'll leave it at that. I am familiar with some of our legislation, and there are grammatical or issues that sometimes need to be fixed, and at some day we'll have to go through it. And I know there's a governance committee, and maybe that could be a whole section of their endeavors. But what I'll do is to move forward. I'm looking at the time. It is past the time we were going to schedule to end today. We do have to be out at a certain time, so I'm trying to remain with what we have on the list. Now, I know there were some people that were standing, and I had their names, and I'm not sure if they sat down because they were waiting so long. I had Caitlin Bird. I'm not sure if I'm seeing shaking no head. I had Richard Lewis. He's all okay? Thank you. Then I next had Mr. Corson here to my right, and then I'll have Ms. McBean again, and then hopefully we'll be able to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I'm a very strong supporter of the registry, and I'm also a strong supporter about vetting SI identified Métis, which is this is talking about. We're like all segments of society. We have crooks, we have thieves, we have honest people, we have people that are doing things for the right reasons. But there's a lot of money involved here. And this is talking about citizenship and verifying your citizenship to be legitimate. And that's how you verify who you are, where you came from, what you're doing. And it gives you that legitimacy to take the benefits. There's nothing in this document, and to Gary's previous comments, when a person takes $20,000, $10,000, and $50,000 out of our pool of funding for legitimate Métis citizens and families and children, whether you use education, whether you use the other programs that we've got, there's a lot of money involved. And there's nothing to talk about how much money, and yeah, we might take their citizenship away, but if they got $40,000 already committed in funds, and then how are we getting that back? It's money out of our pockets. It's money out of every citizen's pocket, and it's fundamentally ethically wrong. I make a big point of telling people it's up to you to verify, find out your citizens. There's people, I just had a lesson the other day from the genealogy registry department that they got 5 genealogists. I never knew this till just last week. So there's people there to help you get this. But I want everyone to think about, unfortunately, we have so many people with their hands out asking for funding that haven't legitimately verified who the hell they are yet. And I think it's critical. And I'm the last person, I never challenge a person, I think as Susie said about not being Métis. I say it's up to you. I'm not here to dispute who you are. You have to verify. You have to perform, do the hard work, the legwork, and we're going to help you as much as we can. We keep talking about 90,000. Well, we got 23,000 approximately now off my head. So there's 60,000 people out there that are sort of saying they think they're Métis, but they're going to come with their hand out. And we have people that expect to pull money out of our pockets, our children's pockets, and our children's pockets, or funding for seniors programs, funding for education, funding for everything we do. So it's all money from one pot. And when we start finding out there's people fraudulently claiming and just SI and not being vetted, the registry department has a process for auditing and reviewing, and I fully support that. I don't have a problem having my genealogy, my children's genealogy vetted every second year, every fifth year. If I'm pulled out of the hat, and I understand they have a process for pulling 10%, 5% on a scheduled basis, to just verify that their process is in place. And if we have to come up with a couple more documents, a couple more steps to make sure that we're legitimate Métis citizens, I'll support that. but we have to make sure we have a vetting process to ensure that we're not giving money to people that aren't willing to do the hard work and to verify. Thank you. I support the motion and the intent of the motion, and I fully support the registry auditing and process. Thank you.
We do have one last person that's just come up. I'm going to allow him, because you've had a chance earlier, to speak, and then we'll stop it at, or at least for now, after you've had a chance. So I'll recognize the speaker to my right.
Thank you, Chair. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I think it was just recently brought up by a previous speaker that it was in regards to the AGM date. Some people have the means and the time to come here, others not as much. For those that come here with the main intent of doing business, we have 4 more resolutions here. I would be very disappointed and sad if we couldn't accomplish the most work possible that we can. I would like to urge the chair to make sure that the standing rules of order are respected, especially in regards to allocation of time per speaker. We got lots of work here, so everyone who comes up and speaks, please respect those that are here that want to accomplish as much work as we can. I don't want to have anyone be silenced, but timelines should be respected, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allard. And I do appreciate the reminder for timelines. And as part of those timelines, I did say we were going to have the one last comment from Ms. McBean, and then we'll have a question. Yes. And I'm sorry, am I pronouncing? Is it McBean or
It's McBain.
McBain? Thank you.
McVeigh.
McVeigh. Thank you.
It's okay. I was going to correct you anyway. I'm just kind of following up a comment that was earlier regarding, I guess, terminology and about audits and under review. And I would like to know if under review and audit are intended to be the same thing, because nowhere in any of the documentation does the term audit have a definition. And yet we find it within this resolution and within the Citizenship Act. So yeah, if they're the same thing, great. But given that that term comes up, I think it's something that either needs to be defined now or at the next. Yes, it's there, but is it the same thing? Is under review the same as audit? Or are they separate things?
I'll see if Mr. Beaker can answer to that.
And if they are separate things, can it be defined ASAP?
Thank you. They are not the same thing because the definition of under review means a previously registered citizen whose citizenship is currently being reviewed by the registrar following an audit. So an audit can take place of the registry, and I would assume that the registry does their due diligence and does regular audits. These audits could be for many reasons or through many criteria. I understand that we are able to run it through INAC's registry. I'm looking at our acting registrar. Is that correct? Yes. So that would be one of many ways that we could audit the registry list. If we found a citizenship file that had a concern that was raised under an audit, then that is when they become under review. So audits can and do happen within our registry already without anything being flagged for that, because, you know, if the audit comes back and it's clean, that's great. You do another one at a certain time point. I hope that clarifies things.
It does for me in this moment, but for the future of anybody reading this, I think there needs to be for whoever's writing this, at their next meeting. I'm just putting it out there that a definition needs to be included in the Citizenship Act or whatever for audit, because there's this word here that we're now including in one of the definitions that we have now nothing to refer to.
Thank you. Now, we did have a question called, and so the vote will be whether you're in favor, opposed, or wish to abstain on the resolution as amended. The amendment was the addition of the however semicolon at the end of 6.4. So that vote is now live in the room, and it should be live online. So if you are in favor of the resolution, please enter 1 or A. If you're opposed to the resolution, B or 2 or C. And we're just waiting for it to show up on the online. The in-room, is the online one? And they're both up, okay. So while we're waiting for the results and everyone to complete their vote, what I'm going to suggest after this, so please just take a second to consider, we are a little behind. We are currently scheduled, we have to be out here soon, so this will be the end of our day today. But what I'm going to suggest is if there's agreement from the Assembly to start half an hour earlier tomorrow morning, that would be 8 o'clock instead of 8:30. I'm seeing something. We'll put it to essentially a vote, but there is, as Mr. Allard pointed out, there is business that needs to be done. This is just the first of 5 total resolutions, and so I just would like to see the will of the Assembly. So we'll give another. Sorry, just a moment. Just want to clarify the timeline on the online portion. And we'll end the vote here in a moment. So make sure you've entered your selection. And then we'll do like essentially a hands up, hands down kind of vote on going to 8 o'clock. Is it online now open? Or what? We can close it everywhere? Or the in-person? Okay. All right, we will close the vote. And we'll get those results.
So, at this point, I feel like the person who may have fired a second shot in the war, but in the room, we have 83 people in favor of the resolution, 9 opposed, and 3 abstentions. And online, we had 16 in favor, 4 opposed, and 3 abstentions for a grand total of 99 in favor, 13 opposed, and 6 abstentions.
So Resolution 1, as amended, passes. And now I'll just take, and we have the online, hopefully they'll be able to raise their hand. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of starting tomorrow at 8 o'clock. All right. I'm seeing the majority of hands, certainly in the person that are raised. So with that, we will adjourn for the day and start tomorrow at 8:30, or 8 o'clock, sorry. Thank you.